Good morning. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being housed by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 11 cases scheduled for today's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case on our calendar this morning is our protest hearing status, case number 24 PRO 00020 Zanzibar, license number 126723. This case has been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement to the board for its approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00015. Michos Dominican Kitchen, license number 114514. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case?
Morning, Mr. Chairman. They have been elevated.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jameson. I apologize. I forgot that you were here this morning, so thank you, sir. Mr. and Mrs. Delgado, can you please turn your camera on?
I'm unable to turn my camera on. But it
Okay,
seems like
that's
my
fine.
sound is
All right, that's
working
fine. All right, that's fine. Good morning, Mr. Compress. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, sir. It's Aris Compress. That's ARIS. Last name Compress, COMPRES.
And what is your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I am one of the owners.
Thank you. Ms. Delgado, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Taquia Hicks Delgado, spelled TEQUIA is my first name. Last name is a double last name, HICKS DELGADO. And I'm here on behalf of the ANC 5C.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing status. So I'll usually start off by saying, Mr. Compress, do you have any preliminary matters? Preliminary meaning that any not substantive, but just preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, sir. This is the only matter.
All right, thank you. Ms. Hicks Delgado, do you have any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No.
All right, if this matter is not settled, this matter then will be scheduled for a protest hearing on March 24th, 2024. Since these parties have never appeared before me regarding a protest matter, let me read the instructions if this matter actually goes to a protest hearing. Now that this matter has been scheduled for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protest about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following the hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for the failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you're aware, all hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 1 hour to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. And any questions by anyone?
So I just signed the settlement agreement. I just sent it a few minutes before this actually started. If Ms. Hicks wants to review, but all I did was sign it and change. It was to my personal name at the bottom. The person signed, I just put the business's name.
All right. So the process, I guess, if you send it to the ANC then has to vote on it at its regular meeting. So what it says to me, it appears that this matter might be will be settled. And so if Ms. Hicks, if you strongly believe that the ANC will vote on the settlement agreement, then if the meeting to approve the agreement will not be held before April 24th, just inform the agency and we can postpone this hearing, ma'am. Any comments you want to make, ma'am?
So the ANC did vote on it already. It was passed. So the only issue we were having was actually getting it signed.
All right. So I guess then we're not going to have this hearing. So the next step is to provide the settlement agreement to our Abra Legal. We will review it, and if it's if the agency believes that it's legally all terms are enforceable, the board will vote on it and approve it. Okay, so that's the next. So I'm glad to see that the parties were able to work to discuss settlement, and it appears to settle this matter because the board, I do support the parties settling whenever there are disputes or whenever we have a protest, because at least we know that if there's a settlement, then both parties are happy with the results that are made. So thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. Hold on 1 minute, please.
Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that is so. So just please submit the agreement to our legal office as soon as possible. So we will cancel the hearing on the 24th. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing this morning, and have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. The next case in our calendar, so we now move to a show cause hearing calendar. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00105. 600T, license number 100515. Mr. Jamison, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee? Thank you.
Rights have been elevated.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Sensi, can you please spell, good morning, could you please spell and state your name for the record?
Morning, Chairperson Anderson, Colin Chenci, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District.
Good morning. Mr. Menor, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Sure. My name is Matthew Menora from the law firm of Malleus O'Brien and Sandground, and we're ABC licensed counsel for the licensee. And my name is spelled MATTHEWMINORA.
Thank you. Good morning again. Mr. Genti, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I believe that an offer in compromise has been agreed upon in principle and has been sent to opposing counsel. So once that is signed, it will be filed with the board to resolve this case.
Correct. We're hoping to submit it as soon as today.
All right. Well, thank you very much. If this matter is not settled, this matter is scheduled for show cause hearing on May 1st, but I'm glad to hear that the parties that will reach an offer in compromise, you can send it as soon as the written agreement is sent to the agency, the board will review it and vote on it at our next availability. So thank you very much. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
All right, our next case is case number 22 CMP 00080, Capital City Brewing Company, license number 16838. Mr. Jamison, can you please elevate the licensee in this case? I think it's David Von Storch.
I did not see David as an attendee.
All right, okay, that's fine. All right, good morning, Mr. Finchie. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Colin Chenci, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning, sir. I see the licensee is not here. However, for show cause hearing status, licensee is not required for them to be here. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 15th at 10:30 a.m. Just would like to remind the government, and if the licensee reviews the transcript, that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from not relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. All right. Thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00071, Restaurante Piccolo. Mr. Jameson, can you elevate the licensee in this case?
I do not see the licensee in attendance.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Chenchi, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Colin Chenci, COLLINCENCI.
I'm sorry, hold on a minute. Mr. It appears that Mr. Mixon is here. Mr. Mixon, is he here for Restaurante Piccolo? Why don't you elevate Mr. Mixon? Let me find out.
Good morning.
Mr. Mixon, good morning. Are you representing Restaurante Piccolo?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. All right. All right. Go ahead, sir. Please, Mr. Chenchi, and introduce yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name again.
COLLINCENCI, Colin Chenchi, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, the counsel for the licensee, CAMERON, Mixon, MIXON.
Good morning, sir. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
All right. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 8th at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind both parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, unless good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you very much. Have a great day. And I believe it's the same parties for the next case. All right, so the next case in our calendar is case number 23, CMP 00096, Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning. Mr. Mixon, please identify yourself for the record.
Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel for the licensee, CAMERON, MIXON.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Chenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
None from licensee.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 8th at 10:30 a.m. Just want to again remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to hearing unless reasonable and good cause is shown. Any questions?
No.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right. And the next case on our calendar is case number 23, CMP 00025, The Blackguard, license number 86012. Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel to the licensee, CAMERON, MIXON.
Good morning. Mr. Chenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
Mr. Mixon?
And none from licensee.
All right, then this case is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 8th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Again, I would like to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, unless reasonable and good cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. Any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. And we now move to our show cause hearings calendar. So we have a full show cause hearing for case number 23, CMP 00017, Boulevard Lounge. And I assume that it's the same two attorneys for this case?
To my knowledge, the licensee is unrepresented in this case.
I'm sorry, I apologize. All right, so Mr. Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. All right, I apologize. So Mr. Okay, this is not your case, Mr. Mixon, is that correct?
That's correct. I can have
Okay.
my rights revoked.
All right, thank you. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we can, Mr. Germa, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
All right, Mr. Chanchi, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Morning, members of the board. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General with the Office of the Attorney General for the District of Columbia, representing the district today.
Mr. Germa, can you identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
My name is THEODROS. Last name is GIRMA. I'm owner of Boulevard Lounge.
Good morning. Hold on 1 minute, please. I'm trying to do too many things, so let me. Oh, hold on. All right, Mr. Chenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Chairperson, the government's ready to proceed.
All right, hold on, please. All right, this is a full show cause hearing, and how the hearing goes is that the burden is on the government to prove its case. So the government will go first, in a sense that the government will have an opportunity to do an opening statement. Mr. Germa, you'll also have an opportunity to do an opening statement. Once the government and the licensee has done an opening statement, then the government will call its first witness. The government will call its first witness, question the witness, and Mr. Germa, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Once you have cross-examined the witness, then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness. After the government has rested its case, then Mr. Germa, if you do have witnesses you wish to call, I will swear them in, and you can call the witness. Or if you're the do you plan to call any witnesses today, sir, or are you the only witness?
I'm the only witness right now.
All right. And so I will swear you in, and then you can present your case. So you can. The government is going to do an opening statement, and you can also do an opening statement, or you can reserve the right to do the opening statement until the government has presented its case. And so an opening statement is not testimony. It's you just giving us an overview of the case and what it is that you plan to, when it's time for you to put your case on, what it is that how you will defend yourself, and what the witness that you're going to call, which is yourself, just be an overview of the testimony that witness will provide. Are there any questions prior to us starting this hearing?
No, not so far.
No. All right, fine. Does the government wish to do an opening statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
May it please the board. Good morning. We're here today in the show cause matter of Noah Limited Liability Company, trading as Boulevard Lounge, located at 6233 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20011. This case is about an establishment that egregiously ignored the terms of its ABC license and failed to maintain the establishment in a way that conforms with its license responsibilities. Today, you're going to hear that on the morning of February 5th, 2023, ABCA responded to reports that Boulevard Lounge was operating over capacity. You'll hear how ABCA's investigation revealed that the establishment was operating, selling alcohol, and providing entertainment after its licensed hours, and the establishment was operating over capacity, and that the establishment allowed a patron to exit the establishment with an open container of alcohol. You'll also hear how a follow-up inspection by ABCA revealed that the establishment did not have its required window lettering, and the establishment was unable to provide invoices to ABCA upon request. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns charges that the licensee, 1, interfered with an ABCA investigation, my apologies, operated, sold alcohol, and provided entertainment outside of board-approved hours in violation of DC Code Section 25762A and B13. 2, made a substantial change in operations without board approval by exceeding the establishment's approved occupancy limit in violation of DC Code Section 25762A and B1. 3, knowingly allowed a patron to exit the establishment with an alcoholic beverage in an open container in violation of DC Code Section 25113A2A2. 4, interfered in an ABCA investigation by failing to produce documents requested by an ABCA investigator within 48 hours of the request in violation of DC Code Section 25823A5E. And 5, failed to conspicuously post required lettering in violation of DC Code Section 25711B. The district bears the burden of proof in this case. We must show you that the respondent is liable for each of these 5 charges by substantial evidence in the record. We accept that burden, and we're going to be able to meet it through the testimony of our witness, former ABCA investigator, Rhoda Glasgow. Ms. Glasgow is going to testify that she responded to a call for an ABCA investigator at Boulevard Lounge on February 5th, 2023. The evidence will show that when ABCA arrived, after the establishment's licensed hours of sale had ended, over 130 patrons were crammed inside of the establishment, whose license capacity was only 24. She's going to tell you that while she was there, she was able to order an alcoholic drink, was served with one, and then exited the establishment with that drink still in her hand. And you'll hear how she returned to the establishment a week later, where she observed that the establishment did not have its required window lettering, and it failed to produce invoices for its alcohol purchases within 48 hours of her making a request for those documents. At the end of this hearing, it's going to be clear that the licensee violated the terms of its license and then interfered in ABCA's subsequent investigation. The establishment cannot be permitted to repeatedly ignore the rules of its license without consequence. That's why at the end of this hearing, I'm going to ask that you find in favor of the District of Columbia and apply the maximum penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25830. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Germa, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or do you want to reserve until you present your case?
I can open it. I can do it right now.
You want to give an opening statement now, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So, what I'm trying to tell you guys is like on that days, first of all, the capacity we had at the time is it was 88. I've been doing the businesses over a year and a half. No investigators didn't say anything about it until after a year and a half. They found out the application it was wrong, and then they came back that day, and that's what happened. And the second thing is I have until 6 from Wednesday to Sundays. I have a license. The hours you guys allow me to open entertainment until 6 in the morning. It's on a record. You can guys check it. And then the overcapacity is I was there the whole time. I make sure just 88 because since I have that in my license. The 138, I never seen nobody counted. There is nobody counted at all. But the alcohol, they say that I've never seen it. And my knowledge is the only thing we do is the entertainment after the certain hours, which is the hours you guys allow me to sell and drink. But I have the right to stay until 6 in the morning from Wednesday to Sunday. So that's what I was just trying to say. So that's all.
All right, so that's your opening, and then once the government has presented this case, then I will swear you in and you can further elaborate on how you're gonna and then yes. All right.
Okay.
All right. So does the government have a witness that it wishes to call?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, at this time, the government calls Rhoda Glasgow.
Ms. Glasgow, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness.
Good morning, Ms. Glasgow. Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Rhoda Glasgow, RHODA GLASGOW.
Ms. Glasgow, on February 5th, 2023, where did you work?
Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Administration.
What was your position with ABCA at that time?
I was an investigator.
How long were you an investigator at the time of on February 5th, 2023?
Approximately 5 years.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities when you were serving in that role?
I conducted inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishment in the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with an establishment located at 6233 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. called the Boulevard Lounge?
I am.
How are you familiar with that establishment?
I visited the establishment on February 5th of 2023.
Why did you visit the establishment that day?
We received a call from MPD stating that the establishment was operating outside of his occupancy, over his occupancy.
So you said you went to the establishment that morning. What did you do once you arrived?
I approached the establishment from the front entrance and the door was locked. So I went around to the back area at the alleyway entrance and there was a long line of people waiting to get in the establishment. I joined the line and waited until I was allowed to enter. And I entered the establishment. I was told I had to pay $20 for a cover charge and I paid that. And I entered the establishment after being searched.
About what time was it on February 5th, 2023, when you entered the establishment?
Approximately 3:45 a.m. in the morning, Sunday morning.
When you got inside of Boulevard Lounge at 3:45 a.m., what did you see?
There was a lot of people in there. The place was really packed. There was a lot of people in there and loud music from a DJ, speakers.
Were you able to see that DJ performing?
Yes.
And you said there were a lot of patrons inside the establishment. Were you able to determine approximately how many patrons were inside the establishment?
Yes. So after I entered the establishment after being searched, I proceeded to the bar. I ordered an alcoholic beverage, and then I started walking through the establishment, getting a head count of the amount of patrons that was in there.
What was that head count you arrived at when you counted up all the patrons you saw inside the establishment?
So at the time, while I was counting, I counted about 130.
You say at the time you were counting, was that number changing?
Yes, it was a fluke because they were letting more people in the establishment at the time. So I was counting while I was walking through the establishment, but at the time they were still letting more people in.
Did it appear to you that more people were entering the establishment than were leaving the establishment while you were counting?
That's correct.
You also said that you went to the bar to order an alcoholic drink. What did you go to the bar and order?
It was a mixture of orange juice and vodka.
Did you see the bartender pour this drink for you?
Yes.
Did you see the bartender pour alcohol into this drink?
Yes.
Once you were served this drink, were you able to determine if there was any alcohol in the beverage?
Yes, because I tasted it.
And did you taste alcohol?
Yes.
Investigator, is it part of your responsibility when you were an ABCA investigator to draft case reports for your investigations?
Yes.
Would you recognize a copy of the case report for this case if I were to show it to you?
Yes.
permission to share my screen with what should be in evidence as the case report for case number 23 CMP 00017.
Mr. Jameson, can you allow Mr. Tenchi to share his screen, please?
Yes, you should be able to.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Right, Investigator Glasgow, I'm just going to scroll through this slowly.
You're not sharing, Mr. Tenchi, you're not sharing your screen, sir.
I'm sorry, thought that it went through. All right.
Yes, now you are.
Can you
Yes.
see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to scroll through this slowly. Please review it silently to yourself. All right, Investigator Glasgow, is this the report that you drafted for your investigation?
How
Yes.
did you kind of ask a question?
I'm sorry. No, sir, you cannot ask a question at this juncture. Once he is done asking questions, you'll have an opportunity to ask the investigator questions. If the only thing you can do if he asks a question, you could object to the question that he's asking. And then you can tell me why you want to object, but you will have an opportunity once he's done to question her about the contents of the report. Okay?
All right. Ms. Glasgow, I'm just going to re-ask my question. Is this the report that you drafted for this investigation?
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would just like to confirm for the record that the government's exhibit, the case report for Boulevard Lounge, is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR section 1713.10.
Yes, sir. That is so.
All right, Ms. Glasgow, I'm going to direct your attention to what's marked within this report as exhibits 1 and 2. All right, Investigator Glasgow, are you able to see those pictures?
Yes.
What are those pictures of?
The alcoholic beverage I purchased.
Investigator, when you had this alcoholic beverage in your hands, what did you do next? You said you counted the patrons inside the establishment. So what did you do after that?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
You said you got this alcoholic beverage, you counted up the patrons inside the establishment. What did you do after that?
Well, I tasted the alcohol of the drink, of course, to make sure, to determine that it was alcohol. And then I made contact with my my team that was waiting outside, which was Investigator Brashears, Investigator Brashears and Investigator Puente. And Investigator Brashears advised that since I had everything that I needed, I could exit the establishment, which I did with the drink in my hand.
When you exited the establishment with that drink in your hand, was that drink, did that drink still have alcohol in it?
Yes.
Did you have to walk by any security guards or bar staff in order to exit the establishment?
Security guards.
Did you attempt to conceal this alcoholic beverage as you walked out of the establishment?
No.
Did anyone attempt to stop you from exiting the establishment with the alcoholic beverage in your hand?
No.
All right, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Ms. Glasgow, did you conduct any further investigation that evening, or was your part of the investigation done on February 5th, 2023?
For that moment, it was completed for my undercover capacity, yes, at that night.
Did you have any reason to go back to Boulevard Lounge at a later date?
Yes, I was advised by my supervisor I should return to the establishment to conduct an regulatory inspection.
When did you conduct that regulatory inspection?
Approximately about a week later. I want to say February the 11th.
And when you visited the establishment on February 11th, 2023, did you speak to anybody from the establishment?
I spoke to the owner, Mr. Gurma.
Is that the person who is also on the screen with us now?
That is, yes.
What did you speak with him about when you conducted this regulatory inspection?
So I entered the establishment. I introduced myself as an ABCA investigator, and I advised him that I was there to conduct a regulatory inspection. He allowed me to do so. I asked him a series of questions. I asked him for his alcohol invoices and purchases. He said he does not have that. I asked him who does he order alcoholic beverages from. He said he orders alcoholic beverages from Breakthrough Beverage. And he also said that he buys alcohol from liquor stores. I also told him while I was doing my inspection, I observed that there was no window lettering, and he didn't respond to that. I told him that this is something that he needed for his establishment, and I completed the inspection, and I advised him of the violations, and then I exited the establishment.
When you say you advised him of the violations, what violations did you advise him of?
The fact that he did not have invoices available for me at the moment, the fact that he did not have window lettering displayed on the exterior of his establishment.
I want to just go a little bit further into those invoices. Within 48 hours of you making that request for those invoices, did Mr. Gurma follow up with you to provide those invoices you requested?
No.
Ms. Glasgow, as part of your investigation into Boulevard Lounge, were you able to review the terms of its ABC license?
Yes.
Were you able to determine what was the capacity listed on that license for Boulevard Lounge?
I believe it's 24 at the time. On the alcohol license was 24.
And turning to its hours of operation, do you know when the hours of sale, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages are supposed to end for Boulevard Lounge on Saturdays like February 5th, 2023?
At 3 a.m.?
At the time of the violations, at the time of your investigation, were you able to determine what the hours of operation for the establishment were?
Yes, so the hours of operation was 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. Thursday through Sunday, and Monday through Wednesday was 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. The hours of sales were 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. That would be from Sunday through Wednesday, and 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. from Friday and Saturday. And your entertainment hours was 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday and Saturdays.
So, Investigator Glasgow,
Objection.
Yes, sir. What's the nature of your objection? Well, hold on. All right. When you object, Mr. Gurma, you have to object to the question that's been asked by the attorney. You cannot object to the answer that was given.
Okay.
So you have to object. So if the attorney asks a question, you can object to the question, but you can't to the answer she gave. What I'd suggest that you do, write a note. So therefore, when you have an opportunity to question her, you can question her about her answer.
Okay, I would like him to repeat the question he asked, because I'll make sure I gotta understand it, what he trying to mean.
I think you'd ask her about the hours of operation. That was the hours of operation, the hours of
So you
sales and
ask her
service.
what she see on a license, on my license?
I think that's what you were testifying. So can we, Mr. Gentry, can you ask the witness again the question that you asked about the hours of operation and the hours of sales and service and entertainment, please?
Yes, Ms. Glasgow, I'll make it simpler. Do you recall at the time of your investigation, what were the various hours that the license allowed the establishment to operate, provide entertainment, and allow sale of alcohol?
So according to the ABCA license, their entertainment hours were 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. and 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. would be Fridays and Saturdays. Their hours of sales would be 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. And their hours of operation would be 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Sundays, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday, Tuesdays, and 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday.
And Mr. Chairperson, I would just like the board to take administrative notice that February 5th, 2023 was a Sunday morning. Therefore, the licensing hours for Saturdays would apply. Now, Ms. Glasgow, with those terms in mind, when you conducted your investigation of Boulevard Lounge, were they operating over capacity?
Yes.
When you conducted your investigation, were they selling, serving, and allowing the consumption of alcohol after their licensed hours?
Yes.
And during your investigation, did they provide entertainment outside of their licensed hours?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Glasgow. I have no further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Germer, do you have any questions of Ms. Glasgow?
Yes, yes.
You can ask her, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. The next week you came when you investigated. When you asking me the license, what did you see the entertainment hours you guys allow me to do?
The entertainment hours was 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday to Saturday.
But you never seen any 6 a.m. Wednesday to Sunday?
Entertainment hours are not, entertainment hours were from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. and 10 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Yeah, but when you see my license, when you asking, when you came into the boulevard, you're asking me my license and I provided to you, it was on the wall. So when you see it on our licenses from Wednesday to Sunday, and then Monday to Tuesday, what did you see on my license? What the ABCs allow me to do? That the hours that I got 3.
Are you asking me for hours of operation or your entertainment hours?
The operation hours and then the entertainment hours. Both.
So that your
Like
license
what go ahead.
Your license hours are 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday through Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. Wednesday through Saturday. Those are your operation hours. Your entertainment hours are 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday.
Okay. So the other question is like, when you said is, you count to 130. So how did you like counting them all?
I walked through the establishment and did a head count.
So you're able to account every one of them, or do you have anything that's on your hand just to count them?
I counted it.
Okay. The other question is when you order the drinkers, did you receive any receipt from them? Because we allowed it to give every customers. Did you receive any receipts? Or would you provide it for us?
I don't recall.
Because I'm like my operation is every one of them customers is I make sure to have it that, because if anything happens, I don't want to blame my employees, or I don't want to blame the customers. So that's number one rule I have is in my establishment. So
testimony and
all right, Mr. Germer, You need to ask her a question, sir. When you testify, you can explain, but now you're asking her a question, so you can
Okay.
frame that in the form of a question, sir.
Okay. Actually, that's all. Okay, that's all.
You sure? You don't have any other questions you want to ask her, sir?
Yeah, that's all.
All right, thanks. Ms. Glasgow, can you explain their hours of operation are from 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. Can you tell us what does that mean to you as an investigator?
That means they can operate, they can be open for operation, but they can't have entertainment past their entertainment hours. So they can be open and operating to that time, for that time frame.
Can they sell alcohol from 10 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
So their hours of sale, let me see if I can pull this up. So that is different from the hours of sale. Their hours of sale is from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. and 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. So they can sell alcohol within the time of sales, but they can operate until 6 a.m. Basically, they can be open doing business function between that time. But their hours of sale, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, ma'am.
But their hours of sale is limited to their sale hours. So they can't sell alcohol past the time that they're allowed to.
Oh, fine. Now, did you also stated that you counted? Did you use a clicker to count the folks in the establishment?
No, I did not have a clicker.
So you're saying that you counted 138 people, and you said 130 persons, and more were coming in. So how did you document that? Was that documented in your report?
That I counted from counting the individuals in the room, yes, and I documented that. That's what I counted. I did not have a clicker, so
okay,
I walked through the establishment and counted.
And you're saying that their license stated that their occupancy was 24? Was that what you testified to? So
at the time, their alcohol license is 24, but their CFO was 88.
So what's the difference if their CFO had 88 and their alcohol license have 24? Why could they not have 88 people in the establishment? I can't hear you, ma'am.
Not sure why the numbers conflict. I'm not sure.
No, I'm asking a question. No, I'm not asking why they conflict. I'm saying if their alcohol license says 24, and if their CFO says 88, how many people can they legally have in the establishment based on, how many people can they have in their establishment based on ABCA's regulation?
Well, I believe that the CFO allows them to have 88 in total occupancy, so they probably could have 88 as a total occupancy. That's as much as I know. Maybe they can have 88 as total occupancy, but I'm not sure why they were only allowed 24 in their alcohol license.
All right, I don't have any other questions. Any questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, or no, still good morning, Investigator Glasgow. Investigator Glasgow, on the day that you did your inspection, which was February the 5th, was it? Yes, February the 5th, which would, you say when you got to the establishment that the front door was locked?
That is correct.
No matter,
Yes.
okay. no matter the hours of operation for sales or service of alcohol or CFO, are owners allowed, licensees allowed to lock the door with people in the building?
I don't think that is appropriate. I think it's a fire hazard. Can you hear me?
So, I hear you, yes. So the
Okay.
door was locked on the front and you went to the rear. So while you were in the establishment doing your inspection, undercover as it was there any way that you could tell if you could get out of the front door or not?
No, there was not. I actually walked up to the front door to see if I can push it open, but I was not able to.
So in case of an emergency, with those numbers of people in there, regardless of the number 24 or 88, no one could have escaped had there been an incident in the rear of that building. Is that correct?
That is my assumption, yes.
Did you know when you went out for the inspection, did you have all of the credentials for this establishment as an operating business, sell alcohol in the District of Columbia? Okay. When you returned, what date was that on your second inspection?
It was a week later on the 7th.
What hour was that? What hour was that, ma'am?
Approximately 2:45 p.m. in the afternoon.
Was there anyone inside of was there any business going on at that time?
No.
How many persons were in the building besides you and the owner?
It was just the both of us.
And when you questioned him about the operations and you buying alcohol there at 3 o'clock in the morning or 3:45 a.m., what was his answer to you? How did he explain that?
So on my visit the week later, I did not disclose that I was there in an undercover capacity of the week before. I did not disclose that information to him.
To your knowledge, has he ever denied selling alcohol after hours? Ever?
No, he did not deny it.
When you were sold your beverage of alcohol, which you testified about, and you tasted it you consumed part of it to find out your evidence. How many other people were buying, purchasing, and did you observe drinking alcohol?
Yes, there was a lot of people buying and drinking alcohol at the time I was there. Which
and
I
again, that was at 3:45 a.m.
Yes.
Way past the time he was legally allowed to serve alcohol.
Yes.
And the exit door on the front was locked.
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your report. That's all that I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any board members? Yes, Mr. Grant.
Good morning, Ms. Glasgow. How are you?
Good morning. How are you? I'm well, thank you.
Good. How long were you employed with ABCA as an investigator?
Approximately 5 years.
In that 5-year period, did you ever intentionally go to an investigation to make a purchase and receive a receipt in response to making that request for a purchase?
In the undercover capacity?
Yes.
In this particular establishment, I don't recall getting a receipt, but in other investigations, I did receive receipts, yes.
Have you ever asked for it or you just received it?
It's both.
Okay. Okay. Just a question for my clarification. When you were discussing the difference between the serving hours and the operation hours, in that window post 2 a.m., but prior to 6 a.m., that 2:01 to 5:59 a.m., period where they can operate but not serve alcohol, are they allowed to have any alcoholic drinks out in the main area? I.e., if I had a bottle of champagne at my table, but it wasn't totally consumed, but I purchased it before 2 a.m.
I believe, again, I believe that if the purchase was already made, but not sure.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grant. Mr. Germa, do you have any questions of the investigator based on the questions that were asked by the board members? Just on the questions that the board members asked her. You can ask questions of her.
The question, yeah, okay, when you find out about the 24, did you ever investigate that when you go back to the office? Did you check any applications I submitted
Regarding,
regarding to the occupancy?
at the time my report was drafted, your license remain, the rules of your license remain the same.
So no one since no one investigated about that occupancy. No,
Objection relevance.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think there's an issue, so there might be some confusion. So I'll allow him to ask a question. What about capacity, sir?
oh, what she investigated, then the next week she came is she checked it was 24, and then she see the occupancy. So have ever she report that to the office or to investigate it or check my applications over there to resolve the confusions we have between the office and then the boulevard, because it's been a
All right, remember you're asking our question, sir. So is there a question that you're asking her? If not, remember you'll have an opportunity later on to make a
all
statement.
right, that's all. That's what I have.
All right, Mr. Chenchi, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do. Ms. Glasgow, first, you received a couple of questions from the board members about interpretation of different ABCA rules and regulations. Ms. Glasgow, do you still work for ABCA?
I do not.
Where do you work now?
Board of Ethics and Government Accountability.
In the District of Columbia?
Yes.
How long have you been working in that role?
Since August of 2023.
Did you leave ABCA at that same time, August of 2023?
I did.
So going to what the questions that you received from the board members, as you're no longer an investigator of ABCA, is this just based on your best recollection of the ABCA rules and regulations?
Yes.
I want to turn our attention to something that Mr. Germ asked you about his licensed hours. I'm going to share my screen with what is in Evidence of Government Exhibit 1. This is marked within that exhibit as Exhibit 21. Investigator, do you see this document?
I do.
What is this document?
It's a regulatory inspection.
When did you complete this regulatory inspection document?
Yes.
And when did you complete that document?
February 11th, 2023.
As part of this document, did you record the operation hours, hours of sales, and entertainment hours for the establishment?
Yes.
Ms. Glasgow, how did you get the hours that I am highlighting here those hours of operation, sales, and entertainment?
From his posted alcohol license.
Just so I'm clear for the record, you recorded these numbers directly from the posted license in the establishment?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to, and I'm sorry, and what do these numbers say under hours of sales and entertainment hours that you recorded directly from the license in the establishment?
Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 a.m., Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. Operation hours. Hours of sale, Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., Friday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. That is hours of sale. Entertainment hours, 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. through Thursday, and Fridays and Saturdays, 10 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Right, investigator. I'm going to scroll up to a different part of your report. Stop right here. I'm just going to scroll through a few photographs contained in your report. Investigator, do you recognize those 4 photographs that I just showed you?
Yes.
Who took those photographs?
Could you scroll through again? So I took that photograph, that one, that photograph as well.
So let's go through one at a time so the record's clear, all right? Did you take the photograph in Exhibit 5?
Yes.
Did you take the photograph in Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Did you take the photograph in Exhibit 7?
That photograph was taken by S.I. Brashears.
Okay, then let's just focus on the ones you took, like 5 and 6. When did you take these photographs?
I was at the bar area after I ordered the alcoholic beverage.
This was during your investigation on February 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And based on what you saw in this photograph, the picture that you took, does the establishment appear crowded or not crowded?
Crowded.
Based on your recollection of what you saw throughout the rest of the establishment, was the entire establishment crowded to this degree?
Yes.
You got quite a few questions about, I'll stop sharing my screen. You got quite a few questions about how you counted up the patrons in the establishment. Ms. Glasgow, are you able to tell the difference between 90 people and 130 people?
Yes. Walking through. Yes.
Ms. Glasgow, is there any question in your mind that there were at least 90 people in the establishment during your investigation?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Glasgow. No further questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Glasgow, for your testimony. You're free to go. Have a great day, ma'am.
Thank you.
Does the government have another witness it wishes to call?
We do not, Chairperson, and the district rests its case in chief.
Fine. Mr. Germer, are you ready to present your case, sir?
Sure.
All right. You said that you're the only witness, sir?
So far, yes.
I mean, so far, you're the only witness.
Yeah, I'm the only one right now. Yeah. Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So, first of all, the drink they talking about is she took the drink without outsiders, which is like we never selling any drinkers. That's why we're not allowed, like you're not stopping anybody to coming in and out with it because most of them is like sodas, juices, and water, and then the other one is the hookahs where we sell it. Uh, the occupancies, I have the clickers, the securities have the clickers, and the promoter has the clickers, and then my partners, she has the clickers. So what we do is like we do a shift is like whenever like I'm standing by the door or by the right after the door is like I'm standing there is I'm clicking, and then we have a radio. I just let them know, just close it. That's that's another thing. So there's no ways she can count those people without the clickers, and then 130. That's I think exaggerated. Uh, the other thing is this is the occupancy staff is this is between the boulevard and then the offices. It was so much confusions. This is not the first cases I've been asked for. Since then is I talked to them, but there is no solution for me. And I went there. I spoke to one of them employee there. She pulled all the documents. She showed me it was there. So we found out is there was mistakes, but even though we found out the mistake is there's nobody to fix it. And then finally they're asking me to do they gave me the placard to post it. So when I post that, I had a case about the neighbors, and then it was so on. About the pictures, if you see it like you never seen any bottles, anything is people, one or two people that have the pictures. I don't know how she got into behind the bar. So every picture she have, some of them is the investigators. I think Mr. Mark or one of them, his colleague. Uh, they came several times, and then they went inside. I saw them in person. They took a pictures. I don't think she's behind the bar because we're not allowing anybody to come. Any lounges or restaurant, any cafes, anybody allow you to stand behind the bar. So it has to be the investigators, Mr. Mark, or as the colleagues, because they came and then they take pictures and they walk around to behind the bars. So I believe that picture is took us by them. So I think that's the last thing she said is when she came back and I provided all the documents, and then I think Mr. Collin asked her, and then if she asking me if I said a drink is after hour, and then she never asked me about that. I never answered anything. When she came, is I literally opened the door because I don't have a business at all. So on a daytime it was closed. I opened sometimes 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. Probably I have all the investigators, the witness, the max customers I have probably like 10 or 9 every day. And then the reason is I do that entertainment is the after hours because of the coverage, is the coverage charge, and then the hookahs is that's the only things I can make money out of it. That's why I allowing everybody to get the drinks. They can walk. Some people they smoke. I'm not allowed them to smoke a cigarette inside, so they weren't outside. So that's why she's free to walk out of with the cop. If I selling the liquors, and it would be restricted because I have enough securities to do that. But I was honest to doing the right thing. Is that's why I allowed everybody to be free. The only thing is I'm not allowed and not gone standing outside. So that's all I have to say.
All right, Mr. Tenchi, do you have any questions of Mr. Garma?
No cross-examination.
Mr. Garma, I guess one of the charges is to operate outside of approved hours, and your hours of operation are until 6 a.m. Tell me, as a business person, what time can you serve alcohol to?
Sunday to Thursdays, 10 to 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday until 3 a.m.
So what happens between since you're open till 6 a.m. So are you able to serve alcohol till 6 a.m. during that between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m., sir?
No.
You stated that I didn't understand when you said that why folks can leave the establishment with alcohol. Can you explain that to me again, sir?
What
I
I
didn't quite
said is
understand.
it's not an alcohol. We sell it. We sell it like most of them they already drank, but most people is they just want to stay late, so they coming. So the promoter that I have, that's what I had them to do. So when they have it, they have a water with ice if they want, a juice with ice, what without it, all soda. But that's why they don't have any liquors in it. That's why it's just like if someone is like you need a water with a cup, is we can give it to them.
No,
Yeah,
I thought I thought you said folks could leave with a cup. That's what I was
No,
just trying to
what
get some
I'm saying is
clarification.
like they can live. Let's say they can live with a cup, which is that's is a juice, nothing else. Is in my knowledge is, and in my establishment is I make sure is I'm not selling liquors is after 2 or 3 a.m. So what I do is I just serve them if they need any drinkers. I can beverage like juices, orange, soda, water, all kind of stuff. That's why there is a liquor. It's not a liquor in it. Most of
No,
them.
but how do we? If someone is allowed and explain to me because how if someone is leaving your establishment with it doesn't matter what time with a cup that you say contains juice, how do we know that it's juice? So I guess what I'm trying to find, do you allow people to leave your
because
establishment with go ahead, sir.
I make sure all my employees they know that the certain hours, which is the the liquor's hours is a 3, for example. So all my employees, the bartenders, they know is after that is we close it. Even the registers they close, and then after that it was be the whatever we sell it, the hookah or everything. So when I'm not allowing any employees, my employees is to sell in any liquors because I don't want to take that risk for that matter.
All right. Now Ms. Glasgow testified that your ABRA license says that you could have 24 your occupancy is 24. However, you're saying your certificate of occupancy says 88. So what does it mean to you that your ABRA license only said you could have 24? What does that mean to you, sir?
So what happened was when I submitted the applications to my agent, the occupancies that I have is 88, and then I already submitted all the application to the ABRA. But when I got approved and then I got the licenses, I didn't check the occupancy on the license, and then I think they didn't check the occupancy, the copy of the occupancy that I sent it to them. They gave it to me. I was operated it at least like a year and a half. Every investigator that came through that lounges, they checked. They're asking me the first thing they're asking me my IDs, my license, and there's 2-3 things. or the occupancy. They checked it, I checked it, we never noticed it for a year and a half. So after the year and a half is this thing is just for some reason, it just they realized it. My license is 24. And then they told me it says like, oh, you gotta, let the people go. I'm like, why? My occupancy is 88. So that's the moment after a year and a half later, me and then those the investigator they came, they found out this is my license it said it's 24. So that's why I went to the ABRA office the next day. I talked to this lady. She helped me out. She pulled all the documents. We went through it. And then finally, the application, the one we had it was the agent made a mistake. So that's why the license says 24, my occupancy says 88. And then they suggested me to fix that. So they can't fix it. So they have to give me the play card. Just have to post it for 45 days. And then that's what I did.
So what's the occupancy today on your ABRA license?
The ABRA licenses now it was the other cases I had. They reduced it. They gave me a 50.
So you're
for
saying, I'm sorry.
the
So the license that you have today, what's the occupancy on that license? What number is on that license, sir?
50. Still, like
Alright.
the one that I have is a 24. Still now it says 24, but I gotta approve it because I had another case, and then I won that case, and then they gave me the minimum occupancy for now. It was supposed to be 50, but that I went there. I'm still struggling to get that license, but I don't know what's going on the other side, so I can't tell you that.
So I'm confused. So you're saying that ABRA gave you 50, but you don't have the license in your hand that says 50? Is that what you're saying? So
Yeah,
you're saying the license.
the
Go
board
ahead, sir.
approved me 50, and then if I got approved it, even 50. So when I went to the offices, I should have that a license to replace, and this is 24 one, but I never got it. I keep going back and forth with them.
All right. Miss Glasgow said that let's see. So Miss Glasgow also testified that she had asked you for receipts, and you did not provide her with the requested receipts, either that day or within 24 hours. So can you explain that?
Yes. The first times I ordered all the liquors is it was like probably 8 months or probably a year, because I don't have any business at all. Like I told you guys, it's just like maybe every day I have like 5, 6 people. So there is all the drinks that I have is I couldn't sell it at the time. That's why I didn't have anything. But she asking me that like, okay, so what else you do beside the distributions? It's like if I need it, I don't like most of the people that I have is they drinking beers. Like I order a beer and still like I have it, but sometimes the people they asking me after like late nights, it can be like the drink that I don't have. So uh, drinks or beers. That's what I told her, but I didn't say just the liquors. But after the hours, like 8, 9 o'clock, is people they're asking me the drink that I don't have, so I can go out and then buy just one case or something.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
long have you been in business in the district?
Been I think 4.5 years.
Business that you're at now, is that the only one you've been in?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible that Mr. Sensi, could you put the report from Investigator Glasgow back up and take us to the history of this licensee? Investigative history.
Mr. Short, one moment, please.
Thank you. Mr. Grammer, of the
Yes, sir.
of the 4 charges that you're charged with, are you guilty of any of those charges?
What charges?
The 4 charges that you are before this board for today. Should I read it? Should I read them to you?
What was this one? I mean, can you be?
Are you asking him, Mr. Short, about his
No,
investigative history,
Mr.
or
Chairman,
about?
Mr. Chairman, I'll take that. I would now just want to talk about this investigative history, if that's okay.
I was
Mr.
just
Grammer?
asking, what were you
What?
asking? Yeah, because I think he's
No.
confused. That's why I'm
Well,
asking you. Right.
I want to take the confusion out and understand he's confused. He's been in business for 4 or 5 years, as he's testified. And now we're looking at his investigative history. Can we go there, Mr. Chair? Now, go back down, please, to number 1 on that, or actually number 5, really number 5. So on CMP case 22 CMP 00047, you were charged, sir. Is that correct?
What year is this? What day?
You were charged with this one on 6/29/22.
Okay. Can you give me a moment? Let me read it through, see what it says.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. There is like a certain thing is I just talked to Mr. Colin through emails. I believe there's like two cases like I settled without knowing or talk to the lawyers because it was like my new cases. I never got having this the hearing before. So some of them is like I shouldn't fight for it. But
Okay, I understand that, but
I believe. I mean, I'm telling you off the top. I don't really remember. It's just too long. But in my knowledge is, I think I did without like knowing what I have to do. There's
okay,
like
well,
certain things I make a mistake making a deal with Mr. Colleen at the time, but it could be.
okay. Let's go to number 4, which was case number 22 CMP 0079. Were you familiar with that particular case?
Let's see. This is the interference. Like I don't understand. I never interferes with any investigations. This is they keep telling me that because I provided everything. I did everything they're asking me. I don't know what it means when they say it's like the interfere.
Okay, I understand. So now you're saying you've been in business now for 5 years, and these were just 2. So let's go to number 3, case number 22-251 00032. So by now you've been in business for a couple of years, and you know you've asked a lot of questions, and you know that you had to come before the board when you were found in violation. So what happened on case number 3 with 00032?
Like I said earlier, is number 3. That's what you're asking me, right? Number 3?
Yes.
Yeah, so like I told you, it was a lot of confusions between the boulevard and then the investigators or the hours, because I never did any operation outside approval hours. Like I have that like until 6 in the morning. This is like been going on. Every case that I have is some of them I'm making mistakes. I settled without going to the hearing because I didn't start it at the time. I'm new to the business. But now I'm telling you, this is just like they keep saying that, but I have the hours until 6 o'clock. I never
Okay.
liquors, huh?
Go ahead. No, you can finish.
Yeah, so like I never worked over the approval hours. They approve me until 6 in the morning. So you can check it what day I don't know the days, but like if I do it, that's like I have hours until 6 o'clock, 6 in the morning. So
Okay, let's go to January 22nd, 2023.
Mr. Short, that case is has not been adjudicated yet, so we can't talk about that case, sir.
I'll leave it alone. But at any rate, when you're operating, even to 6 o'clock in the morning, do you normally lock the door with people inside of your establishment?
no, I'm not
Why
like
was the door? Excuse me?
Go ahead.
Do you normally lock the door, the front door?
Sometimes like I lock it and then I let the security stand by the door to make sure. Sometimes like it's supposed to be open. Office opens, the security is there, and sometimes people they keep the trying to open it, leave it open. They because it's a mirror. I don't know if they take a picture. If you see it, it's just like the whole mirror. It's like people they fell on it, stuff like that. That's why trying to protect the people, but just for emergency purposes, I always have securities by the door or close by the doors. That's why we lock it, because I don't want anybody to hurt themselves.
Would you be shocked to know that it's illegal for you to lock the door with security persons outstanding? It's illegal to lock the door while you have patrons inside?
Like now I know, but there's a lot of laws I didn't know back then, sir.
So what have you learned from all of these instances of you coming before this board about doing business in the District of Columbia, selling alcohol when you have hours to sell alcohol and hours that you can't? You know that you can't sell alcohol. Go ahead. I was trying to ask a question, but go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. The question I was going to ask is, between your alcohol selling hours and the hours of 6 a.m. in the morning, did you know that you could not sell alcohol?
Yes, sir.
What would you be doing in business between the hours of 3 and 6?
So that's just like the biggest thing is I do like the monies I'm making is a lot of monies off a hookah, and then the cover charge, because the cover charge is $20, the hookah is $60, and then all the juice and water is like $5 to $7.
Okay, so when persons are smoking hookah pipes, and the hookah pipes are quite hot, aren't they?
Not really.
Don't they require heat to burn the tobacco or whatever product that they're smoking?
Yeah, charcoal.
Okay. How many charcoal pipes do you have in your establishment?
What do you mean?
How many hookah pipes? 1, 2, how many?
The bottle, it can be like the 20 or 25.
And each one of them has charcoal in it, correct?
It's depend on the day, sir. Sometimes the people they don't smoke. They just want to like relax, just dance, listen to music, drink water. Sometimes 10, 15. Sometimes 5. It's depend on the day. Just that's how the business goes, sir.
I understand. So again, I'll just ask, while people are inside of your establishment and you have the door locked, even with a security guard, do you realize that that is not legal?
Yeah, like I said, I didn't know a lot of rules back then. Now I do, but I thought like I did the right thing to protecting the people's. Like some people when they dancing, like they trip, and so that's the glasses. I don't want them to hurt. Like there's a lot of rules I didn't know because I was new to the business. I should understand the law before I open. I should read a lot or having advisors with me. So that's the biggest mistake I made.
Have you learned? Tell me what you have learned since in the 5 years. Tell me what you have learned that you won't do anymore.
I learned I have to know every rules that Abras has, and then just doing business by the rule, the law they have. I should do that. Yeah.
Okay. So all good businessmen should do that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for your honesty. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shore. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Chenchi, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, briefly. Mr. Germa, with Mr. Short, you just discussed the prices of several types of beverages you sell at Boulevard Lounge. What is the price for a regular mixed alcoholic beverage at Boulevard?
Like 7. It's depend on what drink is you want. Like a regular, like $7, $10. Beer is $4. On a regular time, it's like a beer is 4. The sun drink is a 7. Some of them is 10.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Garma, is there any, I know that the board asked you questions. Mr. Genti asked you questions, so do you need to explain any of your answers at this juncture?
Yeah, one thing is like they're asking me about I think in 2002, which is like I don't remember. I'm not prepared for that. I should have review, but I didn't know they can bring it up. Like I said, is I made a mistakes, a lot of mistakes, and then I settled a lot of cases, which is I should have won. I should have fight for it. The same ways I made a mistake about some rules I crossed. So I hope they understand that.
All right. Do you rest, meaning that you don't have anything else you want to say regarding this case?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do, the government is going to do a closing statement, and the government will state to us what it is that they approve and what it is that they want the board to do. Once the government has done that, then you can also wrap up your case, and you can also be specific in what is it that you want the board to do regarding the charges that you have in front of you, okay?
Okay.
All right, so the government can move forward with its closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and may it please the board. Today we have a case of a licensee following the terms that it wanted and not the terms that it had. The government has met its burden today of proving 5 charges to you, members of the board. Each of those charges were met by testimony of Rhoda Glasgow. Now, what were those charges? Well, there are some ones that are very easy for us to get settled on right now. Charge number 5, failing to conspicuously post the required lettering for the establishment in violation of DC Code Section 25711B. Ms. Glasgow told you that when she conducted her regulatory inspection on February 11th, 2023, there was no window lettering present. There's been no testimony to contradict that. There's no evidence to contradict. There's nothing to go against the testimony of Ms. Glasgow in this instance. The government has proven that the licensee is liable for this charge. And similarly, charge number 4, that the licensee interfered with an ABCA investigation by failing to produce documents requested by an ABCA investigator within 48 hours of the request in violation of DC Code Section 25823A5E. Now, the licensee, on questions from Chairperson Anderson, claimed that when those receipts, those documents were asked for, well, he didn't have a track. He had them from a couple of months ago, but not for the entire time. But ABCA licensees have record-keeping obligations. The licensee should have had its receipts and its invoices for purchases that it made from wholesale distributors. And as Ms. Glasgow indicated in her direct testimony, if the establishment was purchasing alcohol from liquor stores, non-wholesale licensees, well, it needed to retain those records as well. And that's important because licensees are not allowed to purchase from non-wholesale distributors. They're not allowed to supplement that with the exception of specific circumstances when the wholesalers are not open. How is that determined? How is that proven? It's by the establishment retaining its records, showing that on this day that the wholesaler was closed, that it was required to purchase from a liquor store because that was the only option it had available to it. The board has decided other cases of establishments that deal with purchasing from liquor stores when they're not supposed to. It's well settled. Licensee had record-keeping obligations, and it didn't follow those obligations. But most importantly, when Ms. Glasgow asked the licensee for documents it was supposed to have, the licensee did not provide them. And so then we get to the charges that Mr. Girma did provide his testimony to attempt to contest. Charge number 3. Knowingly allowing a patron to exit the establishment with an alcoholic beverage in an open container in violation of DC Code Section 25113A2A2. Well, Ms. Glasgow testified today, and here's what she told you. She told you that she purchased an alcoholic beverage. She walked right up to the bar at Boulevard Lounge. She asked for an alcoholic beverage, orange juice and vodka, and she paid for that beverage. She was given that beverage. She tasted that beverage to ensure that it had alcohol in it. She saw the beverage being poured and saw alcohol being poured into the cup. She could tell that she had an alcoholic beverage in her hands. And what did she do? She turned around and she walked holding that cup. And she told you she didn't attempt to conceal it. She told you that the cup still had alcohol in it. And clear as day, she walked to that back door of the establishment, the only unlocked door in the establishment, right past the security guard, walked right out. Mr. Girma has offered his testimony to say, well, his establishment just doesn't sell alcohol after hours, so there's no need to check. But there was a lack of clarity from Mr. Girma on if someone had purchased an alcoholic beverage before the hours of sale had ended for the establishment. Well, what would happen then? They didn't finish the alcoholic beverage. Are they still permitted to walk out of the establishment? How can the establishment tell if the beverage does or doesn't have alcohol in it? The establishment should not be allowing patrons to walk out of the establishment with open containers of alcohol. It was clear that there was no attempt for that security guard to ask Miss Glasgow if that was an alcoholic drink, to try to stop Miss Glasgow in any capacity. She was just allowed to walk right outside with it. That is a violation under charge 3. And now we come to charge 2. If the establishment exceeded the approved occupancy limit. Now, there's been some dispute back and forth. What was the establishment licensed at? Certificate of occupancy says 88. Ms. Glasgow said at the time of the investigation, the license that she looked at to copy the information down into her regulatory inspection, it said 24. Mr. Gurman now says that it's 50. Doesn't have that document from ABCA yet, but he has approval from ABCA to operate at 50. But all these numbers throwing around avoid the main point of it. Ms. Glasgow testified that she knows she could tell the difference between the highest possible number, I even gave her 2 more, 90, 2 over 88. She can tell the difference between 90 and 130 people. She walked through the establishment. She did a head count. She counted 130 people and said more people were coming in. She said more people were coming in than leaving the establishment while she was doing that count. 130. Well over the license capacity on the license, well over the license capacity on the revised license Mr. Gurman is claiming, and over the certificate of occupancy. There's no question. The licensee was over its capacity. There's been no testimony and no evidence to suggest that Ms. Glasgow was incorrect, that there was a way that she made a mistake. She knows the difference between 90 and 130. And she told you what she saw. And so we come to the last charge. Operating, selling alcohol, providing entertainment outside of board-approved hours. Now, operating, the establishment's license hours are until 6 a.m. That's understood. But we looked with Ms. Glasgow at her regulatory inspection. She told you that she pulled the hours on that inspection form that she filled out from the license in the establishment 1 week after she had conducted her undercover investigation, where she saw those 130 people at 3:45 in the morning, 45 minutes after the end of the license hours of sale, after the end of license hours of sale for any alcoholic beverage selling establishment in the District of Columbia on a Saturday. And what did Ms. Glasgow show you? She showed you that at that time, the hours of sale on a Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. Yet she bought an alcoholic beverage herself, tasted it, and walked out the door with it. That right there, immediately, is the licensee selling alcohol after hours, serving alcohol after hours, and allowing the consumption of alcohol after hours, and the entertainment hours. Now, if Mr. Gurman changed the hours after the fact, it may avoid potential infractions in the future. But what we have to look at is what the license said at the time of the investigation. And what does the license say? She copied right from that document 10 a.m. to 3 a.m. on a Saturday. Again, there is not a question here. It's not something that's up for debate. If you look in the case report that is part of the record, you'll see a photograph of the DJ she saw performing. She told you she saw the DJ performing herself. She heard the DJ performing. the DJ was providing entertainment after the license hours of 3 a.m. Ms. Glasgow didn't enter until 3:45. Members of the board, this establishment violated the terms of its license. Now, it can say that it doesn't conduct business in a certain way, that it doesn't sell alcohol after hours, it only serves orange juice and sodas. But that is contradicted not by a generalization, but by a person who exchanged money for a beverage herself. We have no reason to doubt Ms. Glasgow's testimony. What we can say is this is what she saw, this is what she documented, and this is what she testified to with consistency. The establishment is liable for all 5 of the charges in the district's notice. And it's for that reason that we're going to ask you to find the establishment liable for all 5 and impose the maximum possible penalty under DC Code 25830. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Germer, on each of the charges, what is it you want the board to do?
Okay. First of all, I wanna to just clarify this. Mr. Colleen said that the first is the receipt about the distributions that I order. I think I opened this establishment. I had the places like for so long, but like I opened that in 2021. Since then it's like for 2 years. Since I never have any customers. I couldn't find any promoters. So the first time I bought the invoices that I had is so long, and I put it somewhere. At the time when she asking me, I couldn't find it. Since then is I never have anything. Every investigators that probably they have a record this, but every time they come here, it's like I'm by myself or like the bartender. That's it. We never have any customers for so long. I've been struggling. That's why I was doing extra jobs. So I couldn't provide anything because I didn't have any customers at all. The daytime is closed. Sometimes we open 9 p.m., 10 p.m., or 8 p.m. because there's nothing going on. I was on the age at the time when she asking me that. The other thing is the alcohol. What she buy it is she's the only one that she tested it, and she's the one she said it. And to me is as a professional investigators to back up her stories, even though like I allowed in the receipt for every one of them customers, they pay cash, even like when they order it, and then we give a receipt, the amount, how much the prices is, and then based on that is the customers, they can see how much we charge, and then they just pay with a card or a cash. She should have that receipt with her, or even if they didn't ask her, like if she didn't get it, or she should ask them so she can back up her story. So now is I'm gonna be fined based on one person said this. Uh, I don't know her personalities. I just don't want to say this, but like based on one person's decision is I shouldn't get punished for it. But if she's really doing her jobs the right ways, she should have a receipt so she can back up her story. The third thing is the occupancies. We've been talking about that back and forth. I didn't see it. All the investigations, we can check the record this for since 2021 all the way until they find out. There's investigators that been coming every month, every 2 weeks, especially Mr. Marks, because there has a lot of things going on with the promo that I have. Which is a personal thing. It's not like official things. So since then nobody asking me about it, they didn't pay attention. They checked it every time they asking me that a license. They saw it, I saw, but nobody seen that number. It was a mistake, like I told you, because back and forth. We done with the Abras, the Abra office. the entertainment, that's what we said is the entertainment is like you gotta play the music, because if you don't sell I'm not selling any liquors, but like people they want they want to stay late is they need the music. You allow them to, that's the main reason. They just don't want to go home, they just want to spend the time a little more time. So that's why we allow them do it. I don't think that's against the rule. uh So I just want to clarify what he said is. So thank you for your guys' time.
All right, thank you. The record is now closed. All right. All right, let me close the case. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 CMP 00017 Boulevard Lounge, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23 CMP 00017 Boulevard Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3. All right. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Chairperson. You as well.
All right. Thank you. All right. All right. I had placed in the chat that our next case, case number 23 CMP 00084, Buddies DC. I had placed in the chat that this case will be called at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. So Buddies DC will move to 1:30 p.m. and I'd placed that in the chat earlier this morning. And so let me quickly do our agendas, and then the board will go to lunch. All right, so the first agenda that we're going to do today, it's our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated March 25th, 2024 for case number 23 CMP 00103, Blackfin, license number 113805. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, offered sports wagering offered sports wagering without endorsement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113.01D. The fine for this case is a warning. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated March 14th, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighbor Commission 6D and Lucky Buns, license number 121405. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated March 19th, 2024 by and between the Colorama Citizens Association and Zanzibar, license number 126723. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated March 22nd, 2024 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and Canal House Georgetown, license number 127277. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of a request to reinstate dismissed protest in case number 2024-PRO00019, 600 T Street, license number 100515. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of applicant's opposition to reinstate dismissed protest in case number 2024-PRO-00019, 600 T Street, license number 100515. This is now moot. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. And without objection, I make a motion that the two, I'm sorry, let me read this separately. Number 1, review of a settlement agreement dated between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and No Kids Allowed, dated March 13th. The license number is 126750. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant agrees, and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review request to reinstate dismissed protest in case number 2024-PRO-00021, Firehouse DC, license number 126791. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support. This is for Whitlows and Water, license number 12764. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Sangria Cafe, license number 090781. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review a request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Organic Wine and Spirits LLC, formerly Paul's Liquor, license number 122551. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. I'm sorry, 3-0. Number 4, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Congress formerly Congress Market, license number 122081. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant and Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6. Review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for SB Wine and Spirits license number 126840. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second? I'm sorry, that was number 5. So number 5, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for SB Wine and Spirits license number 126840. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for to be determined, formerly Hong Chong Kim, license number 124314. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded the motion?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review applications to extend safekeeping of license. This is for H Street Country Club, license number 076649. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review application for a rooftop summer garden endorsement with 99 seats. This is for Kick Axe Throwing / Throw Social, license number 116454. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review application to add dance and cover charge to existing entertainment endorsement. This is for Kick Axe Throwing Throw Social, license number 116454. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review applications for change of hours. This is for 24-hour convenience and deli, license number 127260. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 11, review application for entertainment endorsement to include dancing inside of the premises only. This is for Cash Bar, license number 127498. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 12, review request for an off-premises storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcohol beverage inventory off-site at Made to Measure LLC storage facility at 2406 T Street. The request has been made by Code Red, license number 123906. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 13, review request for an off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcohol beverage inventory off-site at Made to Measure LLC's storage facility at 2406 T Street Northeast. The request has been made by Roofers Union Agave Room, license number 093592. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 14, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Pearl, license number 122783. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. And the supplemental licensing agenda as the first matter on our supplemental license agenda, review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening on 4/7. This is Quail-X Restaurant and Lounge, license number 114288. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review request to reclassify the space previously approved as a sidewalk cafe with capacity of 40. This is for Mayman, license number 124925. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. I'll be off the record for. We'll be off the record. We'll be off the record. I'll finish the agenda. So I'll ask all board members we can report to lunch, and we will come back to executive at 12:45 or 1:15, and we will take the desk at 1:30. So we can report to lunch, and I will continue the agendas after. So lunchtime, and then we'll go back to executive at 1:15, and we'll come back on for public at 1:30. All right, thank you.
Didn't have any laws. I understand. Somebody's got to try to help these folks. Screw our city doing it.
We're in the record. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson, chairman of the board. Joining us this afternoon is Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. One of the things I just want to make known to everyone is that we're going to call the case. Once your case is called, I will ask our IT specialist to elevate your rights and for you to testify. Once your case has been called and you've testified, you can remain, but your camera and microphone will be muted. If you have any technical concerns during the hearing, please, any technical concerns, please post them in the chat, and our IT specialist will provide you any assistance that you require. Before I go to this afternoon's calendar, I want to continue our agenda items from this morning. So the first agenda item that we will consider this afternoon is our notice of second supplemental licensing agenda. And without objection, I make a motion that the one license on our second supplementary licensing agenda for March 27th, 2023 be approved without objection. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. So let's do our cancellation agenda. And without objection, the cancellation objection for Wednesday, March 27th, 2024, without objection, I make a motion that the one licensee, that the license be canceled without, we'll approve that agenda without objection. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, a second. Mr. Grant, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now let's do our medical cannabis agenda, our medical cannabis license agenda. The first matter on our medical cannabis license agenda, and the first set of licenses are the conditional retailer and internet retailer applications. Number 1, review of social equity application for conditional retailer license Paper Planes DC Life LLC trade name to be determined, license number 10806. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of social equity application for conditional retailer license. TURPS, TURPZ LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 127976. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of social equity application for a conditional internet retailer license. This is for HDASC, Buzz Company, trade name TAHBV, trade name to be determined, license number 127938. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our standard retailer application number 4. Review social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for HCDC license number 127746. I make a motion to deny this application based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for Pendergrass Associates Consulting Services LLC, license number 127400. I make a motion that we deny this application based on the application does not meet on the unlicensed operator criteria for license to be granted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant is a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of standard application for new retailer license. This is the Crank Corner license number 127400. I make a motion that we deny this application based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant and Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now we are at the standard cultivation center application. Number 7, review of social equity application for the new cultivation center license. This is for HCDC license number 127747. I make a motion that we deny this application based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now we move to our conditional cultivation center manufacturing courier application. Number 8, review of a social equity application for a new manufacturer license. This is for Freeman and Sons Solar, trade name to be determined, license number 125517. I make a motion that we deny this request based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review of social equity application for new cultivation center license. This is for Freeman and Sons Solar, trade name to be determined, license number 125527. I make a motion that we deny this request based on the failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 10, review of standard application for new manufacturer license. This is for Jowl, JAWL, Landscaping and Design LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 126796. I make a motion that we deny this request based on the failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 11, review of standard application for new cultivation center license. This is Jawa Landscaping and Design LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 126793. I make a motion that we deny this request based on its failure to respond with missing documents. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 12, review of standard application for a new courier license, Curbside LLC, trade name to be determined. I make a motion that we deny this this application based on its failure to pay the approval fee. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Now we move to our medical cannabis license administrative docket. The first application is there are 4 applicants on this calendar. I'll read all 4 names in the record, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board to grant these applications. So the first applicant is Don Fuego, license number 126790. This is a medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement. New application for social equity applicant. This number 2, Wishin Wellness, license number 126747. 126747, which is a medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement, new standard application. Number 3, Green Theory, license number 126813, medical cannabis retailer, new application standard. Number 4, it's Bouquet Labs, license number 121378, medical cannabis retailer, new standard application. I make a motion for the board to grant these license applications. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and 1-day substantial change application for, a docket from March 27th. There are 11 applicants on this docket, and without objection, I make a motion that the ABC board approve all the applicants on this docket for a license or a substantial change to its license. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And our last agenda item for the day, it's the license administrative docket for alcohol. On the license administrative docket for alcohol, there are 12 licensees on this docket who have made specific requests to the agency. And so without objection, I make a motion that the board grants the applications and the changes requested. And this is for the license administrative docket for March 27th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We've now disposed of all our agenda items for the afternoon. And so let me see before I call in the calendar. Hold on, please. All right. So let's go back to our calendar. And the first case on our calendar, it's case number 27 CMP 00084, Buddies DC, license number 123008. Mr. Jamison, can you please elevate the government and the parties in Buddies DC, please?
You have been elevated.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. We'll start with the government. Good afternoon, Mr. Emmett. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, good afternoon to the board. Matthew Emick, Matthew M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Emick, E-M-M-I-C-K, on behalf of the district.
Good morning. Good afternoon, sir. And the licensee. So let me have the licensee please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name.
Grant Mason, principal owner, Buddies DC. Grant, G-R-A-N-T, Mason, M-A-S-O-N.
And I am Carly Hampton, C-A-R-L-Y-H-A-M-P-T-O-N, and I'm another owner at Buddies.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Emick, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
All right, then fine. So we're moving forward then with a show cause hearing. And basically the way the show cause hearing operates, the government has the burden. So the government will go first. And basically the parties then have an opportunity, starting with the government, to give an opening statement. After the government gives an opening statement, the licensee can give an opening statement, or they can defer to give their opening statement until after the government has presented its case. The government will call its first witness. Once the government has called its first witness, then the licensee will have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness. Once the licensee cross-examines the witness, the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of that witness. Then both the licensee and the government will have an opportunity to do follow-up questions based on the licensee, based on the questions the board asks, and the government redirect. Once the government has presented and rested its case, then the licensee will have an opportunity to call witnesses to present its case. If the licensee has witnesses to call, I will swear them in. Their representative will ask direct questions. The government will have an opportunity to cross-examine. Then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions, and we'll go back through that process. And once the case is done, then both parties will have an opportunity to do closing statements. Any questions before we start by either party?
No, Mr. Chair.
Let me ask a question. On behalf of the licensee, who will be the lead person in this case?
Go ahead.
I can do it. I'll be the lead person.
All right, so give me your name again, sir.
Grant Mason.
Mr. Mason, and meaning that you'll be the person who will cross-examine Mr. Ruiz. I'm sorry, the government's witness, and because we can't have both people cross-examine, and then I guess you will be asking in presenting your case. Do you have witnesses to call, or both of you going to testify? How would that work?
It'll be the two of us testifying.
All right. So, are you going to ask her questions, or how do you plan to do that?
Yes, I can ask her questions.
Would I be able to ask him questions or no?
Well, then you can, if you can ask him questions, and so, but I just want one person per witness. Okay, so you can do that once your case is presented. Okay. All right. So, does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, and may it please the board. On the early morning hours of Sunday, October the 1st, 2023, at around 12:43 in the morning, investigator Ruiz, responded to a complaint at Buddies DC, located at 3234 11th Street Northwest in Washington, DC and Columbia Heights. When investigator Ruiz arrived, patrons were still hanging out on the patio summer garden area of the establishment, including some that still had drinks in their hands. The investigator was also able to capture video and audio footage of the patrons milling around on his cell phone, which the government intends to introduce this afternoon. Buddy's bills itself as a neighborhood meeting space and a sports bar with elevated food. And apparently, on the night in question, the patrons that evening were watching an event on the outdoor TVs that ended well after midnight. After briefly meeting with the neighbor who made the noise complaint, Investigator Ruiz met with Mr. Grant Mason, the owner of the establishment, and Ms. Carly Hampton, another purported owner of the establishment. He pointed out to them that he could hear noise and observe people well after 12 a.m. Ms. Hampton didn't deny that patrons were still at the summer garden, but pointed out that per their settlement agreement, she tried to justify it by saying that on that particular evening, there wasn't loud or live music. However, the plain language of the establishment's voluntary settlement agreement and their ABC license spells out the hours of operation of the Sidewalk Cafe and Summer Garden shall be until 12 a.m. on Saturdays. There's no carve out to allow people to hang out in the Summer Garden as long as the establishment cuts off service. In this instance, 12 o'clock means 12 o'clock. And while it's true that, to the establishment's credit, they've undertaken many efforts to ameliorate the noise, efforts that this board even recognized a few short days after this particular incident, October the 4th, 2023. However, in this instance, on that night and into those early morning hours, they failed to cease operations by midnight, which constitutes a substantial change in operations, when they didn't have board approval to extend their hours. And therefore, we're asking that the board find that the establishment is in violation of the sole charge under Title 25, Section 762, A and B 13. Thank you.
Thank you. Was it Mr. Mason or Mr. Hampton want to make do you want to make an opening statement, or do you defer until you present your case?
We'll defer until we present the case.
All right, fine. Mr. Emick, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, the district would call Investigator Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Are you a witness, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mark Ruiz, M-A-R-K-R-U-I-Z.
And how are you currently employed, sir, if at all?
I am an investigator with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And for how long have you been an investigator with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration?
5 years.
And were you working in that capacity on the evening of September 30th into the early morning of October the 1st, 2023?
Yes.
And did you respond to any location?
Yes.
What location was that?
I responded to Buddy's DC.
And do you recall where that's located?
It was on 11th Street, 3234 West.
And what city or jurisdiction is that in?
District of Columbia.
And what prompted you to respond to that location?
I was assigned by a supervisor to respond to an ABCA hotline complaint of noise coming from the establishment and the operation of the Summer Garden beyond its licensed hours.
And to take a step back, what day of the week was September 30th, 2023?
It was Sunday, September 30th, Saturday.
And October the 1st would have been Sunday?
That's correct.
If I could ask the board to take judicial notice that September 30th, 2023 and October 1st, 2023 were Saturday and Sunday respectively.
So noted.
And investigator, what time did you arrive at the establishment?
It was approximately 12:43 a.m.
And when you arrived on site, what did you observe?
So I arrived on site, of course, respond to the complainant's residence first, which butts up to the establishment, the front area of Summer Garden as well. While going to that complainant's door, I looked over and you can see into the summer garden and saw that there were still multiple patrons. TVs were still on. They appeared to be watching an event. And that's when I took some video of that and then went in to visit with the complainant.
And did the patrons that you observed in the summer garden, did they appear to have any beverages in their vicinity?
Yes, there appeared to be beverages amongst the tables.
Now, to take a step back, investigator, as part of your duties as an investigator with ABCA, did you prepare a report in this instance?
I did.
And if I could have the chair's permission to share my screen.
Mr. Jamieson, can you please allow Mr. Emick to share his screen?
He is able.
Go ahead, sir.
Investigator, do you recognize what I'm slowly scrolling through on my screen at this moment?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the case report that I drafted for this incident.
And you mentioned a moment ago that you also were able to capture audio and video of the occasion. Is that correct?
Correct.
Brief moment of indulgence, Mr. Chair. Give me one moment, just switching my screen over here. And for the purposes of identification, if I could just play the first few moments of what I would proffer as the video in this instance.
Sure, sir. Go ahead.
Investigator, do you recognize the first few seconds of that video?
Yes, that would be walking up the steps.
Okay. And with the chair's permission to play the remainder of the video?
Any objection? Any objection? By the Hamptons, Mr. Hampton.
No.
I'm sorry, Miss Hampton and Miss May, or Miss. I'm sorry,
Mr. Mason.
Mr. Mason
No
and
objection.
Miss Hampton. Thank you. With that, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, all right. Well, I'm sorry, only one person I can ask. But anyway, all right. Go ahead, sir.
Investigator, what was depicted in the last few moments of that video?
That was a review of the summer garden with individuals on there.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of the cell phone video that you captured that evening?
Yes.
And that was included in your case report?
It was.
Mr. Chair, at this juncture, I would ask that the board admit Investigator Ruiz's report and exhibit number 1, which would be the video from that evening, pursuant to 23 DCMR 1713.10.
I'm submitted that. I'll just let the licensee know that by operation of law, the case report is a part of our record. So it's automatically a part of the record that the board can rely on by operation of law. Okay, so moved.
And if I could once again share my screen.
You should still have that up.
Can I object?
I'm sorry. What's the? Hold on, Mr. Emick. Hold on.
I'm just noticing that there's
No, hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Emick, close your screen, please. I'm sorry. What is it you're objecting to, sir?
I guess the question is, I can't see a timestamp on the video.
All right. What was presented is that the video was provided as a part of his case report.
Okay, that's fine.
And so the case report by operation of and the government had stated the regulation that stated that the case report that's put together by the government, I'm sorry, by the agency, by operation of law, it's part of our records.
Okay.
And so you should have had a copy of that same. So
we do.
You can ask questions later on about if there's no timestamp. So when you cross-examine the witness, you can ask those questions. But because the document itself is already the video and the case report is a part of the record, it's in the record. But you can ask questions later on when you have an opportunity of the witness. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Mr. Emick. I apologize.
No problem, Mr. Chair. Now showing for the purposes of identification, government's exhibit number 4, if I could have permission to share my screen.
You
Investigator,
do, sir.
do you recognize what's depicted on screen as government's exhibit number 4?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
Still from the video of the summer garden area.
And that's a fair and accurate screenshot or still from the video that you recorded that evening?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I would move to admit government's exhibit number 4. And just for clarity of the record, that was, although it was a screen grab from the video, I would just note that it's a separate exhibit from my perspective.
Is this document a part of the case report or is this a separate document?
It was not part of the case report, other than the fact that it was a screenshot from the video that was part of the case report.
All right. Any objection?
Can we object to it?
What's the nature of your objection, sir?
It's not part of the case report.
Okay, and
as we stated before, I can't validate the time in which it's from.
And so, Mr. Emick, is there a timestamp in the sense that I don't know when this document was. How can you? We need some validation. And so if you can't validate when this was taken, then I'm gonna sustain the objection and not allow the document. It's because.
Well, Chair, I would just note that the investigator already testified that he arrived on scene at approximately 12:43 a.m. and that's when he captured the cell phone video. There's no metadata per se or no timestamp, but the investigator testified, and there's been no reason to call into question at this juncture that testimony. It's certainly something that could be the investigator could be cross-examined about.
Okay. All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to allow the documenting over the objection. However, when you have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, you can ask questions of the witness of this document. Okay. All right. All right. So I'm going to move the government exhibit into evidence over the objection of the licensee All right. Go ahead.
And investigator, what is depicted in the screenshot?
This is peering through into the summer garden. You see some patrons sitting at a table.
And after you recorded the video, I believe you indicated that you met with the neighbor. What happened next?
I met with the neighbor, notified him of the complaint. What I observed, we reviewed the settlement agreement together as far as dealing with the sound issue, and then talked about the hours that the summer garden was allowed to operate.
And after you met with the neighbor, what did you do next?
With the neighbor? I thought I was with the licensee. After I met with the neighbor, I met with the licensee at the establishment.
And who specifically did you meet with at the establishment?
Miss Hampton, Mr. Mason.
And those are the two individuals that are here on behalf of the establishment this afternoon in the virtual courtroom.
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you discuss with them?
I discussed with them the complaint made by the neighbor. We discussed the settlement agreement regarding the sound issue and the summer garden hours of the operation, of which patrons were not permitted on the summer garden after the close of operation license hours, 12 a.m.
And to take a step back, investigator, did you ever have any prior occasions to investigate Buddy's DC?
I've responded to other complaints regarding them. I've met with them prior. We've had a lot of the same conversation as far as the license hours, the sound, the noise complaints, and the operation of the summer garden. Yes.
And were there ever any occasions where you responded to the location and found that that the noise complaint was not founded?
I don't recall. I believe one time I did not find the noise complaint founded. Yeah, one time I believe. I recall. I can't recall exactly when that was.
Brief indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Huh.
If I could now share my screen to government's exhibit number 2, which was part of the case report. Investigator, do you recognize what's on screen as government's 2?
Yes, that is the ABC license for the establishment.
And if I could draw your attention to the summer garden hours, what are the summer garden hours? Specifically on Saturday?
Saturday, summer garden hours of operation were from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m.
And the hour of sale?
11 a.m. to 12 a.m.
And if I could now draw your attention to government's exhibit number 3, which was part of the case report, do you recognize this document?
Yes, that would be their settlement agreement.
Settlement agreement and board order?
Correct.
And if I could now draw your attention to, I believe it's page 2, paragraph number 2, hours of operation, under what I would characterize as the third paragraph there regarding the sidewalk cafe and summer garden. What are those hours?
For Friday and Saturdays are 6 a.m. to 12 a.m.
And so those don't contradict in any way with the ABC license?
No.
And Mr. Chair, if at this point I could move in governments 2 and 3, which were also part of the case report.
So move.
Brief indulgence, Mr. Chair. And investigator, when you met with Mr. Mason and Ms. Hampton, what, if anything, did they say to you about the summer gardens operation that evening?
They talked about, Ms. Hampton talked about no loud or live music being allowed on the summer garden.
And that's a provision of their settlement agreement that she was referencing?
Correct.
But she didn't deny that there were in fact patrons there after 12 o'clock that night?
No.
Nothing further from the district at this point, Mr. Chair.
So either you, Mr. Mason, or Ms. Hampton, who will be cross-examining the witness?
I'll do it.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Investigator Ruiz, when you responded to a hotline complaint, right?
That's correct.
And the complaint, whose home you went to was Mr. Almeida, correct?
That's correct.
And you stated previously that you had come to Buddy's previously on other complaints, correct?
That's correct.
And were all of these complaints by this same neighbor?
Yes.
Right. Are you aware that we had a hearing in October, and according to the findings of facts, that we had 0 violations after 20 plus investigations?
Objection, Mr. Chair.
What's the nature of the objection?
Relevance. I think that the board's record speaks for itself and doesn't, it's that whether or not they had other violations in the past isn't relevant to whether there was a violation on the night in question, October the 1st, or the early morning of October the 1st.
I'm going to, do you,
I
can you respond to the can you respond, ma'am, to the objection before I make a ruling?
Yeah, I think it also speaks to what is going to be discussed as we continue this case in terms of this one individual who has constantly been trying to find ways to, I guess, catch us in a sense of violating, which is something that we are not doing. And as we continue to go through and discuss further in terms of what we're being accused of now, this is also going to tie back in, if that
Well,
makes
I'm
Mhm.
going to sustain the objection because the question is that, as stated by the government, on this particular occasion, what occurred. So it's irrelevant that that this one individual might make 20 complaints,
Mhm.
but on this particular night when a complaint was made, the investigators just stayed in what it is that they found. So I'm
Okay.
going to overrule the objection, and so let the witness answer the question if he can.
I don't know. I wasn't part of that hearing.
Okay, well, if need be, we can pull up the findings of facts. We do have submitted it into evidence if that's needed for us to submit it, or we can just.
Uh, I think
We can keep moving.
I'm sorry.
We
Hold on a minute, Mr. Emmett. My apologies. My ruling was to sustain the objection, not to overrule the objection. So I gave all the reasons why I agree with you, but I gave the wrong determination. So I apologize. So what the ruling was to sustain the objection and that the witness should not answer the question because it is not relevant. So let's move on to another area, ma'am. I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah, and question for you all, because the attorney here said that there's a sole charge, and is that only the 25726B13 or
All right, hold on. The show cause hearing notice basically states that, hold on, let me open the notice. The show cause notice, we are only speaking about what happened on Saturday, October 1st, 2023 at 12:43 a.m. That is the only issue that you're being charged with, is that you operated after your hours. From what I'm being told, is that your settlement agreement and your license says that you're supposed to operate on a summer garden at 12 o'clock, and you were operating at 12:43. So that is the only charge that we are discussing today. What happened on October 1st, 2023 at 12:43 a.m. Okay?
Okay. All right. And so, investigator, when you approached the neighbor's residence, what was it that you heard? Was it
I heard
patrons' voices?
patron sounds, sounds, TV sounds. Nothing, just mostly patron noise.
Mostly patron noise.
Yeah.
Okay. And was this noise at a conversational level?
I would say it was at a conversational level, maybe slightly higher, but not much more.
Okay. And when you left the neighbor's residence, what did you see as you came into Buddy's? Were there people on the patio?
Everybody was dispersing at that time, so there was a lot less individuals on the patio. I believe there was only a couple people left, to include the ownership
Mhm.
and staff.
And were the TVs on?
No, they were turned off,
Okay.
I believe.
You believe, like,
I believe they were turned off when I came around the other side, but
okay. And during your investigation, did you see people being served alcohol?
I seen no service, just what they had in front of them at that time.
Correct. Okay. And let's see.
Was anything?
Sir,
Okay.
Mr. Mason, you can ask her any question. I mean, or if you're gonna do, I can't hear because I can hear you. So you can write a note, but only one person can ask questions, sir.
Okay. And was there in your previous investigations when you have been called out to Buddy's due to complaints by Mr. Almeida, was there ever anything founded? Was there ever a violation of noise or anything of that nature?
I would renew my objection, Mr. Chair, at this point in time. I believe this is just an attempt to re-ask the same sustained question from earlier.
Right, and yes, I'm going to sustain the objection. I stated before, this case about what happened on this specific date, and not what happened before or after, but just exactly what it is that the investigator saw on October 1st, 2023 at 12:43 a.m.
And Mr. Ruiz, when you came into Buddy's and you and I spoke, didn't we have a conversation about there not being any service happening on the patio?
I do recall. I think we do call that particular conversation, but and I believe I explained the hours of sales. Includes sales, service, and consumption, and that all the alcohol had to be removed, as well as patrons being there past 12 a.m. because of the ultimate operation of the summer garden.
Correct. And didn't we have the conversation? I explained to you that there was no alcohol being served and that what the lawyer had mentioned earlier, that there was beverages, but those beverages were water. There were no sales being made. There was no alcohol being served or food. Hence me denying that there were
review of the video with the patrons there, it appeared that there appeared to be alcohol on the table with amber-colored drinks and cups, and it appeared to be a bottle as well on the table.
A bottle of what? Because we don't allow bottles outside.
It appeared to be a bottle of beer, I believe, if I recall correctly.
Okay. All right. And when you were also in the space, in the establishment, you wrote in your report that you got a phone call from Mr. Almeida stating that he could hear music in his home, correct? But when you answered that call, I was there with you, and do you recall me saying to you, is this loud to you? Do you
Objection
recall?
as to the form of the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I can rephrase it.
Yeah, she's not an attorney, so I'll give her some leeway. Well, at least she has not presented herself as an attorney. Let me put it that way. So I'll
I'm a
give her
physical
some.
therapist.
No, ma'am, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. So okay, so
Okay.
I'll give her some leeway in asking the question. So ask your question, ma'am.
Okay. When you were in the establishment and you received a phone call from Mr. Almeida, about there still being loud music playing, do you recall us having the conversation about the sound level and your interpretation of the sound in that moment when you received the call?
Yes.
In your opinion, was that music loud?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. This doesn't go to the ultimate issue of whether or not they were operating after hours.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me also clarify, Ms. Hampton,
Yes.
you were not charged with a noise complaint
Okay.
because the only charge that you were charged with is operating after 12 o'clock. So because if you were charged with a noise, then yes, you can ask those questions, but it's strictly that you're operating
Okay.
after your board approved hours.
Okay. And so to kind of wrap it up in a sense, Investigator Ruiz, are you aware that Buddy's does not sell beer bottles?
I am not aware, no.
Yeah, Buddy's actually does not have any glass bottles aside from like champagne or Prosecco. So it's not possible for Buddy's to have sold beer bottles.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And you're making a statement, ma'am. I need you to ask in a question. You have any more questions you wish to ask?
Not at this moment.
All right. I have a question to ask you, Mr. Ruiz. What is as per the license, what are the times for the summer garden?
6 a.m. to 12 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays.
And what does a 12 a.m. timeline mean? What does that exactly does that mean? 12 a.m.
So it means that 12 a.m. All patrons, basically the operation of the summer garden, which is what we're talking about, and that means all patrons and drinks and stuff are being removed from the summer garden area. The operation is stopped at that time, and it's pretty much closed.
All right. Any other questions by any board members? This is not your time, ma'am. You'll get another opportunity. All right.
I did have one question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, I'd just like to ask Investigator Ruiz, did you inquire as to this operation having a time that they stop serving alcohol or a closed down time? Last call.
I did not inquire about that.
Would you normally do? Would you normally ask what if they had a last call policy or last call?
Sometimes I have, but I didn't in this case.
And can you tell us what would a last call have done at 12? It's supposed to close at 12 midnight, correct?
Correct.
And then, so what would happen if the last call was at that time?
Last call was done at midnight, then people would be up and leaving, bills be paid. There would be an active motion of departure.
Was that occurring when you got there?
Not when I initially arrived, no.
And what time was that?
Approximately
for the record.
12:43 a.m.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Ruiz, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
You may have stated this before, but just for my clarification, can you recall how many people were on the premises when you arrived at 12:43 a.m.?
I would say approximately 15 or more. Don't know an exact number.
15 or more? Is there a range you could give me?
Probably between 15, 25, maybe.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only question for now.
Thank you. Ms. Hampton, you can ask Mr. Ruiz questions, but based on the questions that were asked by the board.
Yes. You answered a question in terms of operations, correct? Where can you find that definition in the, excuse me, it's called, where can you find the definition of operations under ABRA's DC Code Title 25? Or is this just your interpretation of operation?
The interpretation of the operation of a business. The question was in regards to the hours. So 12 a.m. on operation means it's the end, it's closing, everybody should be leaving, not still partaking in viewing of televisions or beverages in front of them. All that should have been cleansed up. But I don't recall any particular definition in our code book.
So with all due respect, that is your interpretation of operation?
Yes, that's law.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions, ma'am?
Only
based on the questions that the board asked.
is the operations spelled out anywhere in like the agreement or in the code book for ABRA?
Don't recall seeing a definition, just the law says the establishments to cease operation at licensed hours.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Emick, and redirect.
Yes, one quick question. Investigator, do you recall how long you were at the neighbor's residence before you returned to the establishment or went into the establishment?
I recall maybe just under if that 10 minutes maybe.
Thank you. Nothing further from the government at this point.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ruiz, for your testimony. You're free to go. Does the government have another witness?
No, the government rests.
All right. Ms. Mason, I'm sorry, Mr. Mason or Mr. Hammond, and I don't know why I wrote your names down, and I still can't get it right. Okay, I apologize. All right. Mr. Mason or Ms. Hampton, who wants to make an opening statement?
Okay, I can make a statement.
Go ahead, sir.
As we stated before, Buddies DC is a neighborhood space. We have continued to comply and make sure that we were following all things in both our settlement agreement and in ABRA. I think this is the issue at hand today is about interpretation. And when giving Mr. Ruiz's interpretation of what it took, we have gone above and beyond to make sure that we stay within that realm. I think that this issue is not a violation thing, it's an interpretation. We, before midnight, cleared all alcohol beverages, made sure that Buddy's DC is always in compliance with what goes on, with what the expectations are, and we've tried to continue to do so. And I think that it'll be proven through our testimonies that we have stuck with that and have continued to make sure that are operating well within the laws and the expectations of the ANC as well as the ABCA board.
All right. So, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, I will call Dr. Hampton.
Dr. Hampton, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but truth?
Yes.
You're a witness, sir.
Dr. Hampton, on the morning of October 1st, just after midnight, we were approached by Investigator Ruiz, to which you guys had a conversation that started that I then came and joined into about the operation of Summer Garden. What happened during that conversation?
Mr. Ruiz came in. At this time, the patio was completely cleared. He came in and said that he saw patrons on the patio. To him, I responded and said, well, there's no one outside now. He said that there was. I told him that I was not going to deny that people were on the patio. I also informed him during that conversation that service had previously ended before midnight and that there was no service going on outside.
Question, what are the operating hours of the establishment on the weekends? What time does the establishment close on weekends?
The establishment closes, we have until 2 a.m. in the morning on Friday and Saturday.
Okay, thank you. So at the time of what is presumed to be after midnight, 12:43, Mr. Ruiz came over. The establishment was still open, but the issue was there were people, even at that time when he came over, still on the patio, being workers, being us, different people, but the crowd that was there, the 15 odd people or so that he said that were possibly there, had begun to disperse.
Yes.
Correct? Thank you. So I guess my next question is, in your opinion, had you discontinued operation of that patio?
Yes, there was no operation going on. There was no orders being taken. There were no orders being given at that time.
Right. And so, in your opinion, how are you held to gather or move people off of the property? What were you told was the best means for you to do so?
So we have signage outside that notes what the patio hours are specifically. It's on the wall on the patio. In addition to that, to inform people that they can no longer be served, that at this point, as far as outside patio goes, that service will only be inside. And we give people 45-minute notice at 11:15, essentially, is when we tell people the patio closes at midnight, show them the sign. Then last call for that is anywhere between 30 minutes and 15 before midnight.
Okay, and my next question is, are you familiar with the settlement agreement that is in place for the address, which was, I believe, signed in 2012?
Yes.
Between Room 11 and the ANC?
Yes.
Being familiar with that, do you have any context or any memories of what operations is and how it had been spelled out in that document?
No, there's no description of what operations is in the settlement agreement or in the code book of opera under the section definitions.
Okay. I also have a question to ask. Are there other businesses on your same block that have that have the same closing times and operation times as you?
Later.
Objection, Mr. Chair, relevance as to what other establishments, settlement agreements, or licenses may dictate.
I'm only. Can I say why I'm asking this?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I'm only bringing this up because we have several businesses that are on the same block, and in none of them does it specify what operating is, nor does it say. It only says in one that I could find that no sales or food be served during those operations after a certain time. None of them specifies what operating is, so I'm trying to understand more so.
Well, I'm sustaining the objection, and we'll move forward. But I believe that there are. I'll just leave it. I'm sustaining the objection. Let's move on.
All right. Next. Sure, I got through everything. I'm done with this witness.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Very much. I guess the questioning is going to him or her or Mr.
The question, Miss Hampton is the one who testified, so you're asking Miss Hampton questions.
And I thought I heard someone say Dr. Hampton.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize.
That's fine.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Hampton, speaking of operations, how long have you had your business been established there? What was your opening date?
We opened in November of 22, so it's been about 16 months or so.
Okay, the question I had earlier to the investigator, and since you've been in the business, have you heard anyone talk about last call, and what does that mean to you?
I feel like last call means that, this is your last opportunity to purchase food or drinks, because, the area will be, we're no longer going to be serving it. In our case, the summer garden rather is different than inside. So it's last call for the patio, but people are more than welcome to stay inside and, drink. Was that answering your question?
Somewhat, but let me ask this.
Mm-hmm.
When the investigator got there, Investigator Ruiz got there at 12:40, he said,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
why were people still sitting on your patio with drinks in front of them?
So the thing is that people were on the patio. There were no alcoholic beverages at all. There weren't even sodas. People were still on the patio because there was a sporting event that went over, and so people were still watching the sporting event. Hence why when he left Mr. Almeida's residence and came to Buddy's, everybody was gone because they knew they could no longer be served drinks or alcohol or food or anything at all. It was just watching the end of this sporting event, and then they were gone.
Do you have any signage in that area telling people that they must be quiet after your closing hours and there can't be any drinks in front of them?
Correct. There is a sign on the patio, which was also brought up in our previous hearing, that states specifically multiple signs stating to please keep your noise levels down and be courteous of our neighbors. And it also, again, the patio time is also listed there as well for patrons to see.
Ordinarily, how
Mhm.
long do you let persons stay on your summer garden after you've officially closed at 12 midnight? Or
That
12
was
a.m.?
that was it is not a normal occurrence. That is literally, yeah, like that is it. My concern is that I don't want to force people off. Like physically, I'm not going to do that. I can tell people. Uh-huh.
Thank you for your answer, but let me say this to you.
Yes.
If you knew
Mm-hmm.
that people staying there, whether you force them off or not, could cause you your license, would you force them off?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
I would call the police, I guess, to do that. But as a new small business in the area that we're in, like I don't want. I understand what you're saying, and I don't want, one, customers to feel like we're going to call the cops on them because they weren't being disruptive. They weren't, because again, in my mind, we weren't operating. Everyone on that patio was aware of that. There was no service being had. It was them just watching the rest of this 40 event without
let's change positions for a moment. You
Okay.
be the board member and I'll be the owner of a business.
Okay.
Now, I know if I'm the owner of a business and I don't want the investigators writing me tickets and people complaining, then there's got to be some way, something I do with my operations. There's got to be some way that I take care of having last call sign up, posted and enforced. Have you ever considered having a last call sign up or postage up?
I am now. I think that's something we can definitely add on the patio hour signage and have a last call situation added to that. But I would like to note that until this incident and having the conversation with Mr. Ruiz, we haven't had anyone on that patio outside 12 midnight period because we didn't think that we were technically operating.
Well, let me say this to you.
Yes.
If you had that many people out there and they were still watching TV, whether they had a glass of water or anything else, then maybe you were in a murky place that you don't want to be with a business license in the District of Columbia. Are you aware that you can call down to ABCA and ask for special permission when you have sporting events? Are you familiar with that?
So yes, so we were informed of that also during that time that night, and so I also have in our
No. Please forgive me. You
Yes.
have to do it prior to the night of the event.
Correct. And so what I was trying to say is that is when this night is when I was made aware. And so when we did have an event where we felt like it may go over, we did apply to ABCA for that. So yes, we are aware now, and we have since then taken steps to make sure that we are in line with what the board requires.
So are you willing, because this board can't make you do anything other than what you want to do to make sure that you have a good business?
Mr. Short.
Yeah.
You can't ask that question, sir. Not at this. This is not a fact finding hearing, sir. This is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well,
Well, getting back, there was a question asked, I think, from you to someone regarding operations of your business. And since you found yourself here before this board today regarding operations that apparently had run afoul of the law because the investigator testified as much, what are you going to do to make sure this doesn't happen again?
And that's the thing, is that since that we've been aware again of Mr. Ruiz's interpretation of operation. I assume that is the same wording that you all have. And since then, since that very same day, that same night after having the conversation with him, we have made sure that people are off the patio. We're not forcing them off. We let them know, we turn the TVs off, and that in itself is going to, remove people. But, we have taken the steps. I feel like that has been a learning experience. We no longer operate at 12:01 on the patio.
Okay. Doctor, this is my last question. Since you've now been before the board today,
Yes.
and information you got about operations and other things, should an investigator come to your establishment at 12:40 this weekend coming, will they find people in your business?
Inside the business, yes. On the patio,
No, I'm on where you found the violation on your
Correct.
summer garden.
No, they will not.
How can this board be assured of that?
I feel like I feel like you can be sure of that because again, like we're a new small business. We're learning certain things as we go. I didn't even know that afternoon about substantial changes. We are made aware of it. So going forward, what we've done when we felt like it's possible to go past 12 o'clock, we apply for it. I feel like, you know, I know you guys don't know me, know us, but I personally feel like you can trust that we're going to do all the things. We were informed we need signage, we have signage. We take the proper steps to try and make sure that our business is good for the entire community. We don't want to be a business that has to come before you because of violations. Like we're trying to operate by the books. And so, I mean,
Thank you very much. And so that I don't want to take up any more of the time of the board today.
Yes, but I would also like to say that Arbor has come since then. I'm sorry, Mr. Short. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that Arbor has come out multiple times since October because there's one neighbor who calls consistently and there has been no issues. They come all the time. They do. And this is the only thing that you will see on your docket from us.
Believe it or not, we have other businesses that have the same problem you have, and most of them solve them and stay in business. And hopefully, you will do the same. That's all that I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Dr. Hampton, thank you for being with us today and hope things are well with you. I got a couple of questions for you. How many employees do you all have in total at Buddy's?
In total or on a given night?
Both.
So operating, we have 2 dishwashers, so maybe about 15 staff members total. On a given night, bartender wise, no more than 2 or 3, and they're also like bartender / servers. So that's what makes up our front of house staff.
On that particular night in question, how many members of the staff were on site?
I don't think more than 2. I know myself and Grant were there. But as far as like paid bartenders, I think it might have just been 1 or 2. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you recall how many people throughout the night or at the, I would guess, the crescendo or crux of the night were in attendance at Buddy's?
I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I'm not 100% sure. Like I'm not sure. Like it could have been like, I don't know, throughout the whole night, maybe 50. I don't know.
Okay. Mr. Ruiz, he stated during his testimony that when he arrived, there was between 15 and I believe 20 to 25 people that were on the premises. Is that your recollection, that range?
It's possible. I don't think that there was like more than like 15. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I believe that may be all of my questions, Mr. Chair. I'll give it back to you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Emick, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, if I could share my screen.
Go ahead, so you should have that right.
Great.
I'm now presenting what was previously submitted to the board as Respondents Exhibit Number 1. Dr. Hampton, this is a photograph or a screenshot from your surveillance footage from the night that's at issue here today?
Yes, and you can see on the timestamp that it's like 5 seconds after midnight. And if you were to zoom in on all the tables, all you will see is water. And the patrons sitting on the rail, they have nothing
But
in their
it's a
hand.
fair and accurate depiction of the scene that night at 12 o'clock midnight?
At 12 o'clock, yes, but not at
and it's fair
12:40.
and it's fair to say that there's at least more than 10, possibly more than 15 people sitting, apparently watching TV at 12 o'clock?
At 12, yes, but that is not an image at 12:40 where some people have left.
No, I understand that there's a difference between 12 and what you've testified to and 12:45, but after midnight at 12:00:005, 5 seconds after the hour, there's still a number of patrons in your summer garden patio at that point in time watching the TVs?
Correct.
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. You want to add?
All right. Mr. Mason, do you wish to ask her any follow-up questions based on the questions, any redirect based on the questions that were, but yeah, any redirect questions?
Yes, my redirection would be that this all goes back to what we consider
Remember, you're asking her a question, sir. You're asking her a question.
I'm asking her, what would you, at that moment in time, were you under the impression that you were no longer operating after midnight?
Correct, because there was no service going on. There was no alcohol being served. There's no alcohol out there. People at midnight are aware that the patio is closed. They were informed that there is no service being had. And yes, we were not operating.
My next question is, per our capacity, at that time, approximately how many, was there service going on inside of the establishment? And was it filled inside of the establishment at that same time?
Yes, there was service going on and there were some people inside, yeah.
Okay. So those people that were outside, that were no longer being served, and did not have service, did they have the option to go inside, or were there too many people there?
They had the option to go inside.
But was there space for them?
I mean,
Objection, Mr. Chair, relevance, whether or not there was space inside or not, doesn't go to the ultimate issue of whether or not people are on the summer garden.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on. You can't ask that question,
no redirect. No redirect.
All right.
Nothing more.
Dr. Hampton, thank you very much for your testimony. All right. Do we have, Mr. Mason, do we have another witness?
yes, Mr. Mason.
Mr. Mason, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You're a witness, Dr. Hampton.
Okay. Mr. Mason, you are aware of the summer garden hours, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that the summer garden service ends at 12 midnight?
Yes.
Are people that are inside of Buddy's allowed, well, actually, I'll say this. On the night in question, were there alcohol beverages being served at all or any food being served after midnight on the patio, on the summer garden?
No.
The water that you saw in the still image that was out there, was that previously out there already or was that brought out to them?
It was already there.
Okay. In that image that was shown at around 12:40 that night, was there the same amount of people that was in that still photo on the patio during that time?
No.
And why do you think that why it was not still that many people on the patio?
Because the from my opinion, the match that had gone over, some people who wanted to continue, and if they could find space, came inside of the establishment
Okay. Why would they go in the establishment versus staying on the Summer Garden?
because there's no service outside after midnight.
In your opinion, prior to that night, did you feel like you were in compliance with ABCA and the settlement agreement in terms of Summer Garden operations?
Yes.
Objection, Mr. Chair. Outside, it's not relevant. It's outside the scope of the ultimate issue, which is October the 1st, in terms of what had happened before and leading up to that point.
All right, that's fine. I'm sustaining the objection, just reminding we're only talking about what happened on the day in question. All right.
So on the day in question, did you feel like Buddy's was operating in accordance to the ABCA and settlement agreement definition of, well, do you feel like?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We felt,
Excuse me.
I, as the principal owner, felt we were in compliance.
Okay.
I was only then told by Mr. Ruiz after that his expectation was that everyone be cleared, not that service just be terminated, that they be cleared. And since that date, we have made sure that everyone is either off or there is a substantial change application put in the case that someone may be out there. But even then, there's still no service outside after midnight.
And when you applied for the substantial changes, because you've applied for substantial changes for the Summer Garden hours before, after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, Abra notified you that you
Objection,
needed.
relevance.
Oh, I was just going to state that that we applied for it, ANC also supported it. That was all I was gonna. I don't know how to.
It's
Not relevant.
it's not relevant to the day in question.
I think that what I was just trying to get at is the fact that this instance, this isolated situation is not something that
This is what you can do when you close.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's the argument you make when you do your closing. You can make those type of arguments.
Okay,
You can
understood.
say whatever you want to say
Mhm.
to wrap up the case to convince the board. Okay, but that's not appropriate in this juncture. And I'll just say a lot of the relevance, the objections that were made, when you make your closing argument, you can argue those if you so desire, but you can't ask those questions at this juncture. All right.
Okay, thank you. Understood.
All right. Do you have any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the day in question, yeah. Okay, so sorry. As far as operating, you're aware that there is signage on the patio, right?
Yes.
Have you made patrons aware of the signage?
Yes.
Is the signage somewhere where patrons can clearly see it, or is it hidden?
It's clear view.
Okay. And how many signs are on the patio indicating the hours and the asking of patrons to watch their sound levels?
2.
2 of which one?
2, tell them to watch their sound level and giving the hours.
3.
3 altogether.
Yeah. And what were to happen, say you walked on the patio that afternoon, that evening, and someone asked you for a drink, what would happen? What would have happened?
They would be directed that they would need to go inside to order food or drink and remain inside.
So
with
they could
those
not
things.
come outside with what they
Those-
purchased
those-
inside.
No, they cannot, because the door that goes from inside to outside on that side of the building is closed.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Do you have is there another witness or your rest?
Rest.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, if I could or Mr. Chair, if I could very briefly inquire.
I'm sorry. Let me see.
I never had the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Mason.
Oh, you didn't?
No, sir.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize, sir. Why did you alert me prior to? I apologize, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Mason, there was testimony earlier in the proceeding that there was a sporting event on. Is that correct that night?
Yes,
And that sporting event continued on past midnight?
it did.
And you didn't turn off the TVs at midnight?
The TVs, most nights we don't turn the TVs off at midnight. That's part of allowing people to see that we're still open and they come inside. Even though they're not allowed on the patio at that time, the TVs remain on.
After 2 a.m. as well?
They remain on until we completely close.
But
So
to be
depending
clear,
on the night,
you didn't clear patrons from the summer garden area at any point after midnight. You let the sporting event continue to play?
on that evening, we allowed the sporting event to continue to play by clearing them on that. We allowed the sporting event to continue to play. We
And
did.
you didn't clear them out at midnight?
We did not clear them out at midnight because we weren't under the impression that we needed to clear them out.
So that's a no?
That is a no.
Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right. And the board has had an opportunity to ask questions. The board has already asked questions of Mr. Mason, is that correct? No, the board has not asked questions of Mr. Mason?
I don't believe so.
All right.
You
All
asked
right,
my questions.
Okay. All right.
All right, we should
Any questions off the board of Mr. Mason?
Yeah, just a brief
Go ahead,
question,
Mr. Grant. Yeah.
Mr. Mason, thank you for being here and hope things are well with you outside of us being here for the hearing today. Can you just briefly describe your relationship or the establishment's relationship with the ANC in the area? Just briefly, if you can. Any communication, any sort of judgment call on your relationship with the ANC?
I believe that we have an ongoing relationship. We have found it to be a slow moving relationship. Right now we are in the works of getting a new settlement agreement. This started last December, upon us opening, to which our license was challenged. But the ANC, because of the neighborhood, we're in good standing with them. But we just because of this scenario with the neighbor, we've been prevented of moving forward. So right now we're still held to a settlement agreement that's unlike any other business in our corridor. So it's a little bit, it's tenuous because we go to everything, we speak to them, and they promise that some things will change, but we haven't been able to get past anything because we have this one neighbor that continuously calls and bothers, even though we've had neighbors on our behalf that live next to us and across the street from us call, but we just haven't had any movement. So right now we're under a settlement agreement, like I said, that's from 12 years ago, that doesn't even relate to the business or what's going on in the neighborhood either.
One follow-up question. Earlier, when Dr. Hampton was being examined by Mr. Short here on the board, he asked a question about the likelihood of us being able to believe that you all won't have any additional challenges with meeting the limitations of shutting off operations at midnight. Do you recall that interaction?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall the questions that I had for Dr. Hampton around the number of staff that were on site during the night in question?
Yes, I remember.
And then do you recall the photograph that Mr. Emick posted of the folks sitting out on the patio?
Yes, I do.
In your estimation, do you all have enough staff on site to be able to ensure that that number of people will be able to leave the patio to go back inside or to leave the premises altogether?
Yes, we have enough staff.
Okay. Those are my only questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Do you have any questions? Any other board members with questions? Mr. Emick, any question of Mr. Mason based on the questions asked by the board?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Dr. Hampton, any questions of Mr. Mason? Any redirect questions of Mr. Mason based on the question? Any redirect questions of Mr. Mason? Not you, yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, just in relation to what Mr. Grant asked, as far as a relationship with the ANC, has Buddy's ever participated, or actually has Buddy's ever implemented things for the community with the ANC?
Oh, yes, we're very active with the ANC. We've hosted cleanups, we've hosted neighborhood forums. We're very active in the community,
Did
not only in the neighborhood, but throughout DC.
Right. So as far as like the events, you were saying Buddies organized a community cleanup with the ANC.
Yes.
And didn't Buddies also organize with the ANC a toy drive where neighbors could drop stuff off and we donated it?
Our relationship with the ANC overall is good. It's just we've had an issue with the settlement agreement being amended.
Correct.
In some
Mhm.
regards, that is it.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Is that your last witness?
Yes.
All right. The government ready? The party's ready to close? You said the party's ready to close?
Government's ready, Mr. Chair.
All right. So basically, where we are now, we're going to do closing. So the government will tell us specifically what it is that they want the board to do, and I want the licensee to then, in their closing, share what it is that they want the board to do as regarding this matter. So let's start with the government closing. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The government, based on the evidence presented in the testimony here today, has met its burden of substantial evidence and proved the sole charge that the establishment was in violation by operating after hours without having first gotten board approval, specifically a violation of Section 25-723A and B 13. And we're asking that the board impose a modest and reasonable fine under Section 25-823A1. You heard the testimony of the investigator who responded to a noise complaint that evening, arrived on scene at 12:43. He could hear noise and saw patrons in the Summer Garden area, which the board also had an opportunity to review the cell phone video that he captured. The patrons were apparently watching a sporting event that continued well past midnight. He then met with Mr. Mason and Dr. Hampton, who didn't deny that patrons were there after midnight, who had apparently cleared out after the sporting event wrapped up when the investigator was in the neighbor's residence. He reviewed with them their settlement agreement and their ABCA license, and pointed out that not only do sales have to end, but operations have to end at 12 midnight. While I understand that there may be some misunderstanding about that, In this instance, as the idiom goes, ignorance of the law is no defense. And by way of comparison, I would point out to the board that just because you stop serving doesn't mean that you can continue to operate. That's the whole point of having the separate definitions under the ABC licenses. It wouldn't make, by that same reasoning, then someone could say, well, I've discontinued service at midnight as per my ABC license, but I left the TVs on until 5 a.m. so that somebody could, stay until the early hours and carry on and watch a sporting event or something of that nature. Again, the plain language of their license and the settlement agreement provide that operation is to terminate and cease at 12 a.m. And the other thing I do think is noteworthy that Mr. Mason testified and Dr. Hempton testified, both very credibly, but that the TV stayed on. And so I believe it's reasonable to conclude that although service and sale of alcoholic beverages did terminate, that patrons stayed on scene in the summer garden well past the hours of operation. And so for those reasons, we would ask the board to impose, again, a modest fine in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hampton or Mr. Mason, who's going to make and I got it right this time, who's going to make the closing statement?
I will.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I would say that, Buddy's DC has been trying to operate within the standards that have been set by ABRA and within our settlement agreement. I would like to point out that there is nowhere in the ABCA codes, in a settlement agreement, that specifically and clearly spells out what the definition of operation is. Now, being, going through the process that has happened, we are very now well aware of what our expectations are moving forward. Again, since that date, we haven't allowed anyone to be out on our summer garden past midnight. Despite even the TVs being on, the patio door gates are closed and locked. There's a sign from inside the establishment leading outside that also says closed, so people cannot access it. I would like the board to please take into consideration and note that we were operating in what we felt was compliant to the board. We weren't serving alcohol, we weren't serving food, we weren't taking, taking any orders or anything of that nature. We try our best to adhere by what the laws and regulations are, signs being posted to people. Going forward, we do notify people that the patio closes and they will have to, remove themselves from the patio now, and people don't have an issue doing so. They fully understand what the situation is. But again, I can fully assure you and the board that you don't have to worry about if we would be back here for the same instance. We've taken steps and have gone through since being made aware of this since that date, as far as going about applying for substantial changes until we hopefully get our settlement agreement amended so that we are treated the same way as the rest of the establishments on our block. I would also like to note that even despite the TVs being on, there is no sound being played from the TV, so that doesn't add to any noise. I would like for you all to also remember what Mr. Ruiz said in terms of what the sound was out there, and it was around conversational level. I feel, and I guess I'm asking the board to, if anything, maybe let us off with a warning. And I just want to reassure you, you won't have to worry about this again going forward with us. We, from looking at our previous time we had with you all and the findings of facts, we operate in accordance to what is expected. We understand that we have a microscope on us. We understand that we have someone who doesn't want us to be there and exist at all. And so with that being in mind, we're trying to cross all our T's and dot all our I's. And it's just this one instance, we weren't aware that we were, according to you all, operating. It's not an excuse. We are now well aware of, again, what the expectation is. And moving forward, we will continue to abide by it as we have since October 1st. So again, I ask that, you guys show us a little grace if possible and let us off with a warning. And I can assure you don't have to deal with this again. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your presentation. The record is now closed. All right, let me close there. Let me do the closing. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 CMP 00084, Buddies DC, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 23 CMP 00084 Buddies DC for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I'll now take a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 3-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will issue a decision in 90 days. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
The board, we have one more case on the calendar. And so I apologize to the parties, but the board is going to take it's 3:19. We're going to take a 11-minute break, and we will call the next case at 3:30. So we're off the record until 3:30. And the party should be ready for the next case at 3:30. All right, thank you. We're back in the record. The next case in our calendar, before I call the next case, before I call the next case in order, let me call case number 23 PRO 00089, National Holistic Healing Center, license number 117378. This case has been continued to April 10th at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the parties. Our final case for the afternoon is case number 23 CIT 00635, The Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, license number 71793. Mr. Jameson, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
I have elevated all names that I see listed.
We don't see we don't see the licensee. And there should be, I believe, Mr. Jones, who is supposed to be the investigator. He was on earlier. And Mr. Jablonski, is he on the phone in the waiting area? Is Mr. Jablonski, I believe, can he identify himself if he wishes to participate today?
He's not currently an attendee.
Let me have the parties identify them. So let's start with you, Ms. Brown. Can you please spell and state your name for the record? You're on mute, Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon. This is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown here on behalf of the district. My name is spelled SHANI-BROWN.
Ms. Brown, have you heard from the licensee? Have you had any contact with the licensee?
I have not had any further contact regarding the hearing.
I'm trying to see if the licensee, if he had filed any documents. Do you know whether or not he had signed any documents for this case?
To continue the hearing?
No, whether or not he had filed any disclosure documents
No,
with
he
this
did
case.
not.
Okay.
I did not receive witness or exhibit list.
All right. Is the government ready to move forward ex parte?
Yes, it is.
All right. Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25447, the board has the authority to proceed ex parte where the licensee waives the hearing or fails to appear unless the hearing is extended for good and sufficient cause. The board's records reflect that a licensee was properly served. Seeing no licensee here today and having no good and sufficient cause to extend this hearing, the board will proceed with a show cause hearing. Does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, it does.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members. We are here today because the Ugly Mug, located at 723 8th Street Southeast in Washington, D.C., failed to timely file its quarterly statement for the period of April 1st to June 30th of 2023 in violation of DC Code 25-113B2A and 23 DCMR Section 1207.1. You'll hear from ABCA lead investigator Earl Jones that an ABCA compliance analyst provided a list of establishments that had failed to file their quarterly statement by the prescribed deadline, and that Ugly Mug was on that list. And Investigator Jones will also tell you that Investigator Chanel Murray visited the Ugly Mug and informed them of this infraction and issued a citation in the amount of $750. Investigator Jones' testimony will clearly establish that the Ugly Mug failed to file its quarterly statement by the August 1st deadline. Thank you.
Does the government wish to call a witness?
Yes, I would like to call lead investigator Earl Jones.
Mr. Jones, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? You're on mute, sir. You're muted. When you speak now. I'm sorry, sir?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay, so do you raise your right hand, please, now? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Investigator Jones, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Earl Jones, first name E-A-R-L, last name common spelling Jones.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
Now, if I refer to that entity as ABCA, do you understand what I'm referring to?
I do.
Okay. And what is your position at ABCA?
I'm currently the night shift supervisor investigator.
And how long have you been an investigator with ABCA?
I've been an investigator with ABCA since 2010.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
Well, as an investigator, I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed establishments within the District of Columbia. As a supervisor investigator, I manage a night shift team of investigators, which encompasses assigning casework, training newly hired investigators, ensuring all cases and paperwork are accurate and accounted for, being responsible for handling any actions that take place at night within all ABCA establishments Sunday through Thursday, being responsive to the residents' needs as well as the ANC's needs with regards to the licensees, and working cohesively with MPD, as well as other duties and responsibilities that I have to my director and chief of enforcement.
Thank you. Now, turning your attention to this case in particular, are you familiar with an establishment named the Ugly Mug?
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with that establishment?
I conducted inspections at this establishment in previous years.
Okay. And as it relates to this case, how are you familiar with the establishment?
With this case, and former employee, investigator Chanel Murray, she conducted a quarterly statement violation there. And at that time, I was a supervisor.
Thank you. Did your supervising investigator, Murray, create a case report for this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'd like to share my screen.
Mr. Jameson, please allow Ms. Brown to share her screen.
Should be able.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as government exhibit number 1. Investigator Jones, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document?
That's the ABCA report that Investigator Murray crafted for this case.
And did you review this report during the approval process?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your signature here on page 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just generally, why do ABCA investigators create reports?
Case reports are created for various reasons. For the most part, They formally document findings, whether they're violations, fact-finding, or notifications in nature for the board's review and adjudication.
And this case report that you said was drafted by your former supervisee investigator Murray, is this a fair and accurate representation of that case report as you last saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, normally I would ask to move this into evidence, but my understanding is that is part of the record pursuant to DCMR section 23, subsection 1713.10.
You are correct that it is a part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Investigator Jones, what was this investigation about?
This investigation concerned the Ugly Mug being in violation of not filing its second quarterly statement for 2023.
And what occurred during that investigation?
Investigator Murray was notified by the agency's compliance analyst that the establishment had failed to file said second quarterly statement for 2023, followed by her paying a visit to the Ugly Mug to make the notification, conduct a regulatory inspection, serve the citation for the violation, and subsequently author this report.
And did the Ugly Mug ever file its quarterly statement for the second quarter of 2023?
Yes, they did.
And on what date did they file that quarterly statement?
It was on August 7, 2023.
And on what date were they required to submit the quarterly statement by?
That was August 1st, 2023.
And so is August 7th before or after the deadline?
It's definitely after.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that the Ugly Mug ever paid the citation that Investigator Murray issued to it when she visited the establishment?
To my understanding, no, they haven't paid the citation as of today's date.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Does the government, thank you, Mr. Jones, for your testimony. Does the government have another witness?
No, it does not. The government rests.
Does the government wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, it does.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Members of the board, the government has proven by preponderance of the evidence that the Ugly Mug failed to timely file its quarterly statement for the second quarter of 2023. You heard Lead Investigator Jones testify that the deadline to file the quarterly statement was August 1st of 2023, that ABCA produced a list of establishments that had not met that deadline and that the Ugly Mug was included on that list. You also heard that the Ugly Mug did submit its quarterly statement, but that was not until August 7th, which was after the deadline. You also heard that the Ugly Mug was assessed a $750 fine, but that it has failed to pay that citation to this date. Based on the evidence presented today, the district has proven the charge in the notice to show cause, and the district recommends that, given that the Ugly Mug didn't even bother to appear for this hearing, that the board issue a penalty that is at the maximum end allowed under DC Code 25-830. That'd be $1,000, as that this is the Ugly Mug's third second tier violation in the last 3 years.
Thank you, ma'am. The file of the case is now closed. And give me a minute. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 23 CIT 00635, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 23 CIT 00635, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has now seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Mr. Jones, Ms. Brown, thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. Have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
All right. We're now at the end of our agenda item, our calendar for the day. And so I'll close the record officially. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on April 3rd for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for April 3rd, as published in DC Register on March 29th. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that is now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in a timely manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participate in our hearing on our hearing calendars today, and also want to thank our board members for their active participation. We're now adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.